in love and we don't delay. Love like this we must relay. It's in your heart and soul. One love is the anthem. One love is the anthem.
Cause this is carnival, where we come alive. Oh no, we not gonna fight. We gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag, make it touch the sky. We not gonna stop tonight. So let me see your hand. Let me see your hand.
Good morning, Tobago. It is now 7:25 a.m. Apologies for the late start. I am Sean McCoon. I'm standing in here for Miss Tasha Grace Burris. Tobago West candidate for the Progressive Democratic Patriots. I am here on 91.9 FM, The Street, broadcasting live from Crown Point, Tobago. And I just want to start by saying that our candidate is here, there, and everywhere. She is basically trying to spread herself across the board in Tobago West, that she can meet and touch with everyone that has probably missed her, and to ensure that everybody has a chance to interact with her in the lead up to the August 10th general election. And we are urging you again, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, to come out in your numbers, vote. Let your voice be heard. Do not allow yourself to slip through the cracks. Do not allow yourself to pass up a golden opportunity to be the change that you want to see. We are here live at 91.9 FM The Street, broadcasting live from Crown Point, Tobago. It's a lovely day here in Tobago. The sun seems to be out, minimal cloud cover. It seems that we are experiencing a very, very nice, warm Tobago morning. And good morning to everybody joining us on Facebook Live. Good morning to everybody tuning in on the YouTube link. It's available on YouTube as well. So we're just reaching out to everybody, and we want to apologize. I want to apologize again on behalf of the candidate for Tobago West, Ms. Tashia Grace Burris. She had some other engagements to attend to this morning, which would require for her to attend to urgently as well. All right, so today is Fight the Power Fridays, and we want to ensure that we talk about issues that are pressing in the Tobago space. We want to ensure that we are talking about things that are very hot topics, all right? And one of those things that we always discuss in the public space, but people seem to tiptoe around the issue, is victimization. Today is Fight the Power Fridays, and I know Ms. Burris is always very passionate in her approach when dealing with victimization, when dealing with people being ridiculed for their personal convictions and so on. And today on Fight the Power Fridays, we want to talk a little bit about victimization, some of the symptoms of victimization, and what we can do to get around that. We know that this is silly season. In the lead up to the August 10th general election, you will find that people will question you, they will come at you, they will make unscrupulous statements about your character, and we want to ensure that you know how to get around that and answer them in an intelligent, diplomatic way so that you don't get yourself into trouble. Although sometimes it requires for us to be assertive with our position, and we want to also encourage you to call in. The number is 717-9591, 717-9591. That's the number to call in this morning. 91.9 FM, The Street, Crown Point, Tobago. We're broadcasting live. That number again to call in is 717-9591. And I want you to call in. Give us your questions, your queries, your comments. I am Sean McCoon. I am standing in for Ms. Tashia Grace Burris here on Fight the Power Fridays, right? So I'm just looking at the newspaper headlines, and there are many things coming up that we can look at. We are looking at the candidates and the lineup and so on. Oh, and by the way, yesterday we received these lovely copies of the bio of our Tobago West candidate. All right, it's a lovely print, a lovely spread, as you can see here. I'm holding it up on my live feed. For those of you tuning in on my live, you can see it. And it's a lovely spread here telling us a little bit about our candidate. All right, some of her experiences, some of the things that she would have contributed to, some of the things that she has served in doing to make her community a better space and a better place. All right, And it says at the bottom, ready to serve or Tobago. If you want to follow our candidate, it's pdptobagowest@gmail.com. That's pdptobagowest@gmail.com. And you can follow our candidate on Facebook. It's Tashia Grace Burris, PDP Tobago West candidate. If you are interested in following our candidate, those are the two contacts. You can contact PDP Tobago West at gmail.com, or you can follow our candidate on Facebook at Tashia Grace Burris, PDP Tobago West candidate. When you go into the search bar on your mobile device, your phone, your computer, whatever the case may be, you can search for Tashia Grace Burris, PDP Tobago West candidate, and you can follow the profile. And you can, message, email, do something, give us your feedback. We want to hear from you. It's 7:31 a.m. here in lovely Tobago. Beautiful morning. 717-9591. That's the number to call in. And you can also WhatsApp us your comments, your questions, your queries, anything you would like to share with us. 734-6355. That is 734-6355 is the number to call in. Is the number to WhatsApp, I'm sorry. And the number to call in is 717-9591. That number again, 717-9591. And I hope that for those of you listening in, you have been enjoying this series with our candidates, Ms. Tashia Grace Burris. We have Dr. Faith B. Israel filling in sometimes for Mr. Watson Solomon Duke, political leader of the Progressive Democratic Patriots, and also those continued discussions that we continuously put out into the public space, discussing the plans that the PDP has for Tobago, the plans for proper representation, the plans that are in place to have two solid candidates go to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago on behalf of Tobago, representing Tobago by way of having this vehicle called the Progressive Democratic Patriots and an indigenous Tobago party which contributes to Tobago's interests being advocated for. All right, so I'm seeing some of the newspaper headlines here, and we have some interesting columns that deal with defiance. I see Andy Johnson has written something about defiant ones and some of the people that went down in history for fighting the power. Some of the people that went down in history for fighting the power, I would like to make mention of the late, great Arthur Napoleon Raymond Robinson. We had the 30th anniversary, the 30-year anniversary, I shouldn't say anniversary, but more of remembrance to the attempted coup in Trinidad in 1990 that occurred. And we can all, regardless of our age and how aware we were at the time, that Arthur Napoleon Raymond Robinson coined that phrase, attack with full force. I'm getting a caller. Let's see who this caller is. Good morning, caller.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Am I live on 91.9?
Yes, you are, sir.
This morning, I just want to make a few points on one, the central government approach to Tobago, and the struggle of the people of Tobago for greater autonomy. As you would know, Tobago was a British colony that was ceded to Trinidad in 1889.
Right.
And at the time of that union, Tobago had its own laws and governance. We are now in 2020, 130 years later. Tobago is still struggling to have its governance brought up to the level with Trinidad. The central government, which comprises of both the opposition and the ruling party, has been in many ways disrespectful to the THA and the people of Tobago, and has presented,
I completely agree.
and has presented themselves as a bully with no regards to the rights and dignity of the people on this island. As you may recall, that Mr. Hochai Charles won the THA election in 1996, and the chairman, he was chairman, the office now called Chief Secretary. The THA was starved for funding by the central government.
This is so true.
And Mr. Charles had also put the central government before a kind of court called the DRC, the Dispute Resolution Commission. And it was decided that Tobago should receive 4.02 to 6.9% of the budget. And to this date, we have always received the lower end, maybe a little less sometimes. Now, you remember that leading up to the election in 2000, the UNC government with Basil Pandey as Prime Minister borrowed 800 million to conduct road paving in Trinidad. Mr. Charles asked them for, I think it was 10 million to do the same in Tobago. And they refused and decided to bypass the THA and started paving roads in Tobago. Mr. Charles used some THA vehicles to block the central government, to block the THA vehicles, the central government vehicles, to block the central government equipment. And under Basil Pandey and the watch of Carlos John, the central government wrecked the THA vehicle and threw them aside. Mr. Charles had also filed a writ in court to stop the central government from breaking the law. Some illiterate PNM, most of whom are outside the reaches of reasoning, started to laugh at Mr. Charles, didn't know they were laughing at themselves and the dignity of Tobago. And I say for this act, up to this day, this act of bravery, Mr. Charles must be applauded. This high-handed approach by the central government was not only the wrecking of vehicles, but were also the gross disrespect of the dignity of the people of Tobago. Mr. Charles was able to do that because Basil Pandey was not his boss. But let me ask this question. Do you think that Chief Secretary Ansel Dennis, along with Miss Ayana Roy Webster and Miss Sanfa Kojo, could call the Prime Minister and tell him that we need to stop the airport project because the people are crying out that there are insufficient consultancy?
Not in this lifetime and not the last either. I don't think they have the capacity or they don't have the testicular fortitude to take the Prime Minister on such issues.
If they attempt such thing, they will be like 3 sandwiches standing in the way of a ready-mix truck.
I agree.
Because the Prime Minister is their boss. And we in Tobago do not want any boss in Trinidad. The THA must be our boss. The 3 of them, Miss Kojo, Miss Webster, and Mr. Dennis, are like 3 cars in Tobago with their steering wheel in Trinidad.
I agree, and that makes no sense. Or a modern analogy to use would be that there are 3 self-driving vehicles and the control center is down in Trinidad.
Down in Trinidad, and it's in Trinidad. And you see, it is bad to be in Tobago and have your boss in Trinidad. The government to run Tobago must be located somewhere in Tobago. Because if you have your boss in Trinidad, and you see your boss abusing or doing something wrong, you can't tell him nothing. If you see him abusing your own brother, you can't say anything. And we have the example. Stanford Kalina, chairman of the PNM, Orville London, chief secretary and deputy political leader, and Mr. Rennie Dumasa, minister, stood and saw Mr. Patrick Manning abusing their own Tobago brother, Dr. Keith Rowley, calling him a wajang and a raging bull. and could say nothing because Mr. Manning would have gotten rid of them because he was their boss. If we are serious about autonomy for Tobago, we cannot have any party from Trinidad running in the assembly. For the past 20 years, the central government has been controlling the THA. So when the central government
But Kola, I want to ask you one question. You would agree that now that you're saying that Dr. Keith Rowley, the now Prime Minister, was a victim of that said lack of a voice for Tobago when he made certain statements. You knew that Mr. Manning would have disassembled him. And now that he is in the seat and he's in a position to advance certain things on Tobago's behalf, how is it he's not doing it?
Well, we have to look at it in different ways. Remember, the Prime Minister in Trinidad of the central government, his boss is the people. And remember when Mr. Robinson tried to do much for Tobago, what happened to him down there? I am
very
not saying
true,
that
very,
he can't
very
make a
true.
greater
Very,
effort,
very salient points you're making,
anyone
Kola.
he has to be careful. I mean, those some may not like him or as a PNM. He's a Tobago brother and we don't want anything to happen to him down there. So when the central government is controlling the THA, we are taking the same central government members to have meeting with central government in Trinidad about autonomy. It's like going to war and buying your equipment from your opponent. So if the people in Tobago are serious about autonomy, we must keep all Trinidad parties out of Tobago. They must never hold seats in THA. The ruling party must be a party from Tobago, and the opposition in Tobago must also be a Tobago party.
That's a very interesting point. So basically what you're asserting, Kola, is that in the Tobago House of Assembly, there must be representation from Tobago that is indigenous to Tobago, as opposed to having political systems and political entities that were born out of Trinidad and a Trinidad narrative coming in and overpowering and superseding the Tobago House of Assembly.
If the people of Tobago tell Miss Ayana Roy Webster, or they should tell Miss Kojo that they want so and so to be done, and whoever is the Prime Minister, because it didn't have to be Mr. Rowley, is the system we're dealing with. It could have been a different name, could be Prime Minister Johnson. Whoever is the Prime Minister, they give them a defense instruction. That is their leader. And we don't want no car in Tobago with a steering wheel in Trinidad. And so the people that are members of parliament in Tobago must be from a Tobago party, East and West. And if we are serious about making Tobago a place of autonomy, you cannot have a PNM or a UNC THA. As a matter of fact, the people of Tobago have never run Tobago for the past 20 years. Tobago was run from Trinidad because you have a PNM government and a PNM Trinidad. Yes, hello, you hearing me? Hello?
Seem to have lost
hello?
the caller.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, caller. Okay, I think we seem to have lost the caller. Seem to have lost that caller. But very, very interesting view. Very, very valid contributions. I'm very, very pleased to know that the feedback is so heated this morning, but very, very positive. I'm seeing a comment on WhatsApp that says the THA should be contested by Tobago-based parties only. The THA should be contested by Tobago-based parties only. And that is a very valid point. I think what the caller is trying to get at is that in terms of the democracy of the Tobago House of Assembly and the Tobago House of Assembly, the Tobago space, I see the caller is calling back. Yes, caller, good morning.
Yes, I realize I make back connection with you.
Right, yes.
Right, I got cut off. So yes, I'm saying that if we are serious about full autonomy for Tobago, we must never have a Trinidad party running our assembly. We must keep Trinidad parties out of Tobago politics because they will have their bosses in Trinidad that they have to please and they have to account to. So they have had a meeting about full autonomy from Tobago. And I think Mr. London, when was Chief Secretary, was part of that team. And wherever the meeting was kept, it was kept in the wrong place. Because having the central government controlling an assembly and having your Chief Secretary in the assembly going to that meeting to negotiate for Tobago, that meeting should have been kept in Napa, $200 front seat, because that was a laugh show. And I am saying that as the people of Tobago, we must stand for that which is correct. We do not want the Trinidad culture, the Lavantil culture of URP 5 days and ration card. Politicians fooling ignorant, innocent citizens, telling them that they can provide cradle-to-grave financial security in order to get to vote. This must not happen to Tobago. The PNM has developed Lavantil in such a way and developed Lavantil people in such a way that if a lot of land selling for $50 in Lavantil, some people wouldn't buy it. A room to rent in Lavantil, $500 a month, some people don't want it. And somebody come by you to work, they're from Lavantil, you don't want them. Not all the people in Lavantil are criminals, you know. Not all many people, person of Lavantil, have turned their lives around. Many of them have never been criminal. But for voting for PNM for all their lives, this is how PNM developed them. That people don't want them by them to work and don't even want to be in their place.
So you're saying that PNM is a political system or generally a system that keeps people in enslavement and keeps people captive and they are not able to progress and develop correctly.
Keep you ignorant and illiterate. As a matter of fact, I will go further to say this, that they are nothing less than a destructive band of parasites. They are destructive band of parasites. Because where the epicenter of crime is in Trinidad is PNM stronghold, you know. Check it out. Where the Balizé blooms in Trinidad is the epicenter of crime. Check the East West Corridor. Those are the places where people swear that they were PNM children and that they have been PNM until they die. And Tobago must not become a victim of that kind of culture. We must wean ourselves off URP 5 days and ration card. I am saying that the best program to help people who are in need are programs that will help people to help themselves. There is no government that can provide employment for everybody. There is no government.
And that also applies, caller, to the fact that, and we keep reiterating the fact that, the point that 70% or so of the population of Tobago is hired directly or indirectly employed under the Tobago House of Assembly.
Because they want to keep 70% of the vote under the control of the PNM. That is all. They want to keep... If the poverty, the kind of poverty that exists in Tobago should not have existed here. Tobago has too much potential for tourism.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree with you.
Small business development. Tobago is one of the countries here. Well, there may be others, but let me talk about Tobago because I live here. That we have enough fruits that we could harvest and harness. Look at mangoes. Mangoes come in season and they litter the place all over and they all rot and thing. We have no provision in the THA in order which we could store them in bulk and this sort of thing. And I'm saying, even though you say you have a provision, we need to improve those things. But they are not about helping the needy. They are about getting votes, keeping you poor, continually dependent upon them. And I know there may be other callers. I want to say here that the member of parliament, like I'm putting the cart before the horse here, or counting it, checking it, exactly anything. It's quite possible that the candidate for Tobago West, for the PDP, Mr. Shea Great Boris, I want to say to her this morning, if she's listening, that she has been doing a great job. We must support her. We must applaud her. And any young Tobagonian doing a great job, we must support them, political or otherwise. And I have to say to her, to go forward, see your goal in sight. And I give her these words of courage, that an army of sheep led by a lion will always defeat an army of lions led by a sheep. Right? So you all be blessed and do have a great day.
Thank you so much for that contribution, Call. I am always happy when people call in and people give such passionate contributions to the show. Thank you so much, caller. And we can get several very valid points out of what the caller was asserting.
Hello?
Yes, caller.
Hello? Yes, before I leave, I need to just make this point here. Sorry, I missed it. That there is need to tell young Tobagonians that they can be successful and tell them of the greatness of the people, of the heights that Tobago have reached. And let me say this in sports, that in 1964, a Tobago side in Shaw Park beat an Australia test side in Shaw Park in a one-day match.
Well, thank you for that piece of history.
Tobago, Australia made 142, and Tobago responded with 145 after being 84 for 8. Tobago tricked them in the game. They sent in the bowlers first. So when they think that wickets were tumbling and all batsmen out, Tobago left their batsmen for last. And they won. They had also do that to Australia because Australia was a test side. So we have a lot of great people coming out of Tobago in sports, in politics, and from APT James and all them. You know, I don't need to take any more time, but...
No, that's fine, Cole. I am very appreciative for the contribution that you're making this morning. So, very, very valid point.
So that let nobody push us in no back seat and no back bench and say, there where you belong, you are Tobagonian. Tobagonian must sit in the front seat. So do have a great day.
Thank you, sir, and you have a great day as well.
All right. Okay, good. Thanks.
Right, and that again gives you an idea of the type of mindset that people in Tobago are looking for and the type of representation that people in Tobago are looking for. There is a silent revolution. There's a revolution that is occurring. There's a revolution that is taking place. And I urge you, ladies and gentlemen, again, as much as all of the talk and good conversation and us engaging in discussions and so on, as much as all of that is well and good and acceptable, and we love that. We love that so much information and history is being put out into the public space. We urge you to translate all of that into votes. We urge you to translate all of those excellent ideas and exchange of ideas and so on into votes. We urge you to do so, ladies and gentlemen. It's now 7:55 a.m., almost 8 a.m. here in lovely Tobago. We are on 91.9 FM Live, The Street, broadcasting live from Crown Point here in beautiful, sweet Tobago. And we can make Tobago even sweeter if it is we send people down to the Parliament in Miss Tashia Grace Burris, Tobago West candidate for the Progressive Democratic Patriots, and Mr. Watson Solomon Duke, chief fighter, chief champion. And we have our lioness to go with him. Do not send one candidate to the Parliament. We need for you to send the two of them together as a team. It is very important for us to elect the two representatives, or elect two representatives that would advocate on behalf of Tobago. We need for you to send two people that would advocate for Tobago's betterment, for Tobago's greater autonomy. And the caller touched on many subjects that I want to discuss and continue along the lines and in the vein of what the caller was speaking about. He spoke about the fact that for far too long there have been Trinidad-based and Trinidad-led parties in the Tobago space that have been steering the ship of the THA. And the PNM is very guilty of that. The PNM is guilty of that crime. It is a crime. The way the place has been run. You have 70% of the population being directly or indirectly employed by the THA. And that's along the lines of a welfare state. You've taken all the negatives from socialism and you've heaped it into the Tobago space in terms of employment. What do you gain by doing that? Again, I will quote from the late great Dr. Morgan Job. For evil to survive, it is enough that good men do nothing. And in this case, again, it is enough that good men and good women do nothing. In the Tobago space in particular, you, good men and good women, have to do something about what has been happening. You have a golden chance, a golden opportunity to be the change that you want to see, to affect the type of change that you want to see. When you have, again, I come back to this point, a population of people where 70% is employed by the state. 70% is employed directly or indirectly by the governing body for this island, by the Tobago House of Assembly. How is that right? How is that good for the economy? How does that encourage small business? How does that encourage local commerce? How does that encourage local trade and investment? We have a situation here where everybody is depending on the state for a job, for a work. Again, we're not washing our mouth, or we're not ill-speaking the Tobago House of Assembly, but we are saying that there must be a responsibility on the part of the two representatives and the political system that exists to give Tobago House of Assembly an ease up. Invest in the private sector a bit. Why does THA have to incur all of this cost to hire people? It should be balanced, it should be shared. Now, I can understand and appreciate if the two candidates, or rather the two members of parliament for Tobago East and Tobago West, that sat in the parliament for 5 years, bridge that gap between central government and THA and said to the central government, listen, we want THA to have more autonomy. We want THA to have more power. We want THA to have more legislative frameworks in place that we contribute to and that we give them the right to do. We need to understand and appreciate, ladies and gentlemen, that autonomy is not the THA having complete control, but rather it's a partnership. So basically it governs the affairs of Tobago in a very, very, very structured way. And the central government cannot dictate their pace. I see that I have been blessed this morning. I am blessed this morning. Our candidate for Tobago West, Mr. Ashia Grace Burris, has just arrived. Right? And I think you should take this chair.
No.
Right. I am joined which I am.
Good morning to those of you who are online. Good morning, good morning. How are you guys today? We are... Sean, I think you need to continue saying what you were saying before. Yeah?
Right. Well, the star of the show has arrived, as you can see. And I think I should hand over at this point to her.
Okay.
I think I should hand over at this point to her. Just to continue with the monitor. Yeah. Right?
What are we talking about today? Is Fight the Power Friday.
Today is Fight the Power Friday.
Have you been fighting the power?
We have been fighting the power. A gentleman just called in and said there should be no Trinidad-based and Trinidad-controlled parties in the THA.
And he's right.
And that's a very valid point. That's a very, very valid point. I think that's a very valid point. Our candidate for Tobago West, Ms. Tashia Grace Boris, is joining us in studio. And we have a caller on the line. Let's take this call. Good morning, caller.
Good morning to the panel. I just want to say one thing. The gentleman who was speaking a while ago was going very nice.
Right.
He did well. But we must not try to blame other people for other people's fault. We just try to put, you can't put the Pandy from the UNC with the People's Partnership UNC. Remember when they came, when Bissessa came in power, she said, we must remember these things. She said that Tobago, she finds Tobago is lagging too far back, so she must try to bring them up to a certain height. And she opened a Tobago development thing in Tobago to give Tobago more money that they could do more things. When they built this gas station in Roxborough and the school in Canaan and other things, I think some building in Lowlands and other things, and they were doing drains and all kind of things. Because that was to give Tobago more money to do more things with Delman Baker and those people. So you can't fault them with what happened with Pandy and Mr. Charles and those people. I don't know if I'm right. I'm said to be corrected.
Okay, caller, could you just turn your radio set down a little bit, because we're getting just a little bit of feedback.
Sorry about that. I just finished.
No problem. But continue, caller, making your point. The caller has hung up. All right. Now, I am just advising that you can tune in to the Facebook page of the candidate for Tobago West Progressive Democratic Patriots. She is going live now, so I am going to switch off my personal live, and you can switch over to the live feed of the Progressive Democratic Patriots candidate for Tobago West, as I am joined, and she will take over from here.
Not necessarily take over, but continue the conversation. And good morning to everyone. I'm a little bit late this morning because I had a previous interview to do on another station, so I got up early this morning and I did that. So good morning to those of you who tuned in at 7 to find Sean's voice and not my voice on radio, and you've been with him for the last hour or so. Good morning to those of you who are listening from your homes and your cars and your workplaces, wherever you are in Trinidad and Tobago and in the wider world. Good morning. And for those of you who are joining us online, whether it be on YouTube or the Street 91.9 FM page or on my personal Facebook page, good morning, good morning, good morning. And it is Fight the Power Fridays. I have had an exceptional evening last night. Yesterday we were in Buku, and I must say good morning to all the persons that I met who welcomed me into their homes. It was only love. I met Mr. York, who listens religiously every morning. Good morning, Mr. York. I met some more of my fans. Good morning to you, who I met yesterday. Just thank you for all the love and all the best wishes and the support. I also met my my fellow contender in this race, Mr. Nikosi Phillips. She was doing her walkabouts in Buku yesterday, and it was only love because Nikosi and I go way back. and she has always been a youth advocate in the area of Buku. She has been involved in the PAN movement. She has been involved in the youth movement, and I was just so happy to see her out campaigning. It is all love, because I think at the end of the day, persons who love Tobago, persons who are good persons in heart, persons who have good intentions for the island, more good people need to get involved in the political process and offer themselves up as representatives, because I think that the more good people we have in the space, the more good things we can get done, and have that coalition of the competent and the willing, So good morning to Nikosi, and I wish you all the best in this race, and I wish you all the best going forward. Whatever it is the outcome is, anything that we can do to advance the interests of Tobago, we should be interested in that. It's disappointing that, there are persons out there who would try their very best to discourage anybody who tries to offer themselves up if they are not a member of a particular party, and the lengths that they would go to try to destroy or discredit that person. But the reality is that you don't have the final say. God has the final say in all things, and as a result, we are going forward with grace and with faith in all that we do. So good morning to you, Tobago. Good morning, Trinidad. Good morning to everyone who is listening, whether you are in the Caribbean, whether you are in the diaspora, wherever you are in the world. Good morning, and thank you for joining me. My voice is still fighting me, but that's okay, because I'm not giving up, and God will give me the strength to endure. Last night in Castara was just simply amazing. Castara and Lansme, Bloody Bay, Moriah, that whole the northeast side of Tobago came out in their numbers to listen to the Progressive Democratic Patriots, and we had our dynamic speakers. We had Mr. Duke, we had Mr. Farley, we had, did Faith speak? I think we had Dr. Faith speaking. Yes, Dr. Faith spoke as well. Spoke, yes. So, I mean, and I was in Buko at the time, but I raced up to Castara, so I got there in the end. I was able to say something briefly in the end. The rains came down, but that didn't dampen the spirits of everybody who was there. And that indicates to me that Tobagonians are at breaking point. They are at the point where they can no longer accept what has been fed to them over the last couple of years, that the status quo has to be broken. And people are willing to brave the rain. People are willing to come where we are. People are willing to jump in their cars, put gas in their cars, and follow our trucks, follow our leaders, follow everybody, and get where we have to go. I must just say good morning to Mr. Kai Martin. Good morning. This was a young man, Miss Martin. Keisha, thank you for sending your son out yesterday with me to do my walkabout in Buku. I had a great time, and you've raised an exceptional young man. And he was very polite, very beautiful, interacting with members of the society. I mean, you could not have raised a better young man. And I know that you are a proud mother, and from one mother to another, just blessings for you and blessings for Kai. Thank you so much for joining me yesterday, Kai. And, I would always have this special place in my heart for you, because you walked with me yesterday, and only blessings and thanks. I'm hoping to be at the PDP headquarters today briefly, because I have my bio. So for those of you who want to come and meet me, as soon as the show is over, I'm heading to PDP headquarters, and I can take some pictures with you, because I recognize people want to take pictures. They want to probably get me to sign the bio and stuff, and I could just interact with you. The more people I meet, the better for me, because at this time, I'm trying to meet as many people as I can meet. There are 27,100 electors in Tobago West, and it's not physically possible for me to meet all of you. But I'm going to try my best over the next couple of days to meet you where you are, to show up in your workplaces, wherever they are, show up in your homes, show up in your villages and your communities. And whenever you hear the PDP truck passing, just look outside and see if you see a short Rasta girl walking in the middle of the street with a black jersey on, because I want to meet you guys. I know elections are essentially how long away? Sean, about 10 days away?
Just about
10 days away. So 10 days to D-Day, 10 days to August 10th, 2020, 10 days until Decision Tobago is taken, 10 days until we decide to fight the power, and we fight the power legally, which is using our index finger, not the middle finger, as Alicia Roberts Patterson said. Good morning, Deputy Political Leader Alicia. But I mean, Yeah, use your index finger this time, people. And the reality is that we have that opportunity once every 5 years and once every 4 years for the Tobago House of Assembly to really demonstrate to persons who have been placed in positions where they should be helping all people, but they only help some people, that we are the ultimate employers here. So that Tobago, I'm employing you. Those of you who are hearing my voice wherever you are, if you never have the privilege to meet me before the election, as soon as the election is over and we are done with the campaigning, then it gives me a lot more space and time and opportunity to be able to converse with some of you, because I recognize that you don't just want to meet me, but you want to talk, you want to have conversations, and I want to be able to give you that kind of time and attention. So I'm hoping that in spite of not having met me, that you would still give me your support, because there's a lot of work to be done post August 10, 2020. And regardless of whether or not I win the seat, there is still a lot of work to be done post August 10, 2020. And the Progressive Democratic Patriots is committed to doing that work. We still have a THA election to fight for. We still have our candidates to present to you in the electoral districts. And at the same time, we will continue our initiatives. We will continue our No Leaking Roof program, so that those of you whose names are on the list and who we sent out our team to do assessments for yesterday, we are going to ensure that we are in a position to assist you. It may not all happen before the election, but we will not forget you. Yeah? So today is Fight the Power Fridays, and what a week it has been. You know, the reality is that I'm feeling in the atmosphere. I'm feeling a change in the atmosphere. I mean, I can literally count on one hand the amount of persons I've met in my walkabouts and just in my normal day-to-day operations, even when we have the big caravans and whatnot. I could probably count on one hand, and it's not even all the fingers on one hand, how many persons who could say, well, you know what, I'm not interested, I'm supporting the other party, I'm happy with my representation. The majority, 96% of the people that I've met are saying to me two things. One, that they are ready for change, that it's time for change, that the persons that have been there have been there too long. They've started to take people for granted. They're ignoring the cries of the population. They're ignoring the cries of the people that they're supposed to serve. So that the people want change. And there's another group of people who are not even interested in the politics because they recognize that the experiences that they've had over the time, they've been disappointed, you know, and they're not willing to give anybody else a chance until they see those new persons perform. And I can understand that, because if it is that you have been promised certain things over and over again and you keep giving people your support and they keep disappointing you, then it's easy to assume that everybody is like that. But I like to tell people, especially when I meet people like that, I say I could understand if you have an issue with those who went before. I'm saying that this is a new vehicle. I'm saying that this is a group, and look at the people who make up this party. This is a group of young, dynamic people. You know, or the oldest person who holds an executive position in our party, outside of the deputy chairman, is the political leader. The majority of our executive is made up of under 40s. Everybody's in their 30s, or if they're 40, they're just 40, 41, somewhere around there. But it's a young group of people. It's a young group of dynamic people who love their island, who love to see development, who love to see people progress, who have so many ideas and so much time and talent and skills, and who just want to get together in this grouping and effect change. We are a generation of disruptors, and disruption in this case is not a negative. Disruption is a positive. I want you guys to look at yourself as a generation of disruptors. We need to disrupt the status quo. So the things that we look at as normal, the things that we have been doing all the time, the same way all the time, thinking that is the best way to do it, it is time for us to find innovative solutions to the issues that plague us. It's time to find innovative solutions to the problems that we're trying to solve. The other morning when I was talking on Wake Up Wednesdays, I put forward the idea that CPEP and URP should be private companies, that Tobago people must be able to buy shares in companies like CPEP and URP, because URP does a lot of productive work. They have their woodworking, they have their cement work where they make benches and pots and things like that, and that could be turned into a profitable endeavor that Tobagonians can have a stake in, Tobagonians can have a say in. We have to start to look at things from a business mindset, because true power comes from being able to make your own decisions in your own space without anybody holding a big stick over your head. That's how you fight the power. You fight the power when you become independent in your space. So you're not waiting for somebody to give you a 10 days or give you a URP job, give you a CPEP job. You are creating your own businesses. You are using innovative techniques to solve problems in your communities. And as a result, you retain your power. When somebody comes to you asking you for a vote or for your support, you are able to now independently say, you know what, I think you'll make a good candidate or a good representative. I'm going to support you irrespective of the party that you represent, or I'm going to support this party because they line up with my ideals, and not because there's an expectation that your association with that individual or that party is going to give you some kind of fillip or some kind of advantage over the average person. Tobago, you need to have your own power. That's how you fight the power. When you know your rights, when you have education, when you know what is supposed to happen versus what is not supposed to happen, you are dangerous. You are dangerous to people who are trying to oppress you. You are dangerous to the people who are trying to keep you down. You know why you're dangerous? Because you know your rights. Workers out there who are being victimized and intimidated as a result of your political choice and affiliation, you have unions to defend you. You can go to the legal aid authority and sit there with someone and they could advise you of what your workers' rights are. And the Constitution states that you have the right of association. Nothing prevents you from joining a political party. There are some organizations where you are prohibited from coming forward with your political affiliation, and that is like the members of the protective services and these kinds of things. But if you are an average, ordinary member of the public, the Constitution protects your right, your democratic right to choose to associate with any political party that you wish to associate with. Do not let anybody make you feel that something is wrong with you with choosing a particular political party. Nothing that any political party in power gives you belongs to them. It belongs to the state. So these grants that they're giving out, that is taxpayers' money. The food cards they're giving out, that is taxpayers' money. Any money they give you to start a business, fix a house, whatever, that is taxpayers' money. So that's already paid for by you, the people. And nobody should be able to discriminate against you because you, the government comes from you. You are the employers. So don't let anybody make you feel that by giving you a food card, they're doing you a favor. That's already been paid for by you because you pay taxes. You're a citizen. You're entitled to apply for any grant, incentive, whatever that the government has to offer, because those grants and incentives are for citizens. Right? I want you guys to understand the power you have. We have to be a generation of disruptors because we have been seeing the same things happening over and over again. And I don't know if we will continue to expect a different result, but the same thing is going to happen.
Isn't that the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different outcome. I want to just read a statement. So what I've gathered is this: the narrative that dominates Trinidad and Tobago, particularly here in Tobago, is that if you don't support a certain group, you are an enemy of the state. What do you think about that statement?
Sadly, it seems to be true. Because even my experiences as being a candidate in this race is like, I don't know, like literally I have seen the depths that people will go to try to destroy people simply because they have not picked that particular party. You know, but the mere fact that they're talking about you means that you're relevant. You understand what I'm saying? So that good morning to all those on the other side who make me relevant every single day because you are watching everything that I say, you're picking it apart, you're putting up your videos, you're putting up your statuses. Thank you for keeping me in the public eye, and thank you for keeping me relevant, because it means that there's something that I'm saying that's probably stirring up some emotions inside what's going on with you, you know, and maybe what you need to do is deal with that. Yeah, deal with those emotions before you jump on my back, because at the end of the day, all I'm about, everything that I'm doing here is because I want to see my Tobago people live good. And if you have a problem with anybody using their voice, time, and talents to ensure that their people live good, if you have a problem with that, then you need to check yourself. You need to look in the mirror. You need to go before God on your knees and ask for forgiveness for being jealous and envious, because that spirit doesn't work here. You need to ask yourself, what exactly is your problem? Because people in a democracy have the right to choose. People in a democracy have the right to offer themselves up for public office. And if I live in a Tobago where young persons, wherever they are, we crush them, we vilify them, we carry them down to the gutter, all because they choose to offer themselves for public office. And just because it's not your party, you think that that gives you license to try and destroy their lives. It dies while you're on. I hope people watching good. I hope Tobago people watching good. Because if they do that to their opponents, and you for some reason are a member of that party and you fall out with them, there's a difference of opinion, you know, what would they do to you? What would they do to you? Yeah? I don't want to live in a Tobago where nobody's free to choose. And I would live glad to see the day that the PDP goes into the THA, because all those who are afraid to come out and support their political party of choice would be able to do that. And even persons on the other side would be even more free to support their political party, because we hold no hate in our hearts for any of our opponents. We hold no hate for you guys. We hate the fact that you have brought Tobago this low. We hate the fact that you've squandered our money. We hate the fact that you have not been accountable to the people of Tobago for all the money that has been spent. We hate the fact that you have not done the job that you've been elected to do. We hate the fact that you continue to come in our faces election year in and election year out and make excuses for not performing. That is what we hate. We don't hate you, because I have relatives on the other side. I have close blood on the other side. I don't hate my family, but I would unfamily somebody real quick if it is they don't give me the space to be able to express myself and be able in my space to exercise my democratic right to choose. I could pick and choose who I have around me, you know, and that's the beautiful thing about having choice in life. And that is where true power comes from, having choice. And that is why we have a democracy, because power has to rest in the hands of the people. Not the illusion of power, but the actual substance of what power represents. And I don't want my Tobago people to just give away their power freely. I will ask you to question anybody asking you for your support. Question me, question your opponents, question anybody who has put themselves up, because they must be able to answer your questions. They must be able to stand up to scrutiny. They must be able to avail themselves in a particular way, that you are comfortable at the end of the interaction, that when you make your decision, that you are making the best choice for yourself, the best choice for your family, the best choice for your island, and the best choice for your country. Yeah? So people understand the power that you hold in your index finger. Understand that that chance only comes around once every 5 years. Once every 5 years. So that you have to be very, very careful about the choices that you make, because it's a choice that you have to live with under normal circumstances for 5 years. There have been situations where terms have been cut short, snap elections have been called, but ideally, any government goes in power to govern for the full duration of their term. And when you make that decision, either to vote or to not vote, because there's a section of you who do not vote, and we must also respect that, whatever the reasons are, religious, personal, otherwise. For those of you who do exercise your right to vote, I want you to think long and hard. Think long and hard about what you're voting for and who you're voting for, and if the ideals of the party that you are supporting line up with your personal ideas. Look at this space. I've heard too many horror stories of persons in their places, their workplaces, their homes, even church and all, because the church is not immune from the influence of politics, where people have felt like if they're being intimidated and victimized and talked down to and oppressed because they don't hold the same viewpoint as somebody else. And I'm saying that Tobago is too small for that kind of thing. We're supposed to live in love on this little island, because if something were to happen in the morning, God forbid, because every single year Caribbean island is decimated by a hurricane or a tropical storm. And we have been blessed over the years to not have felt the full brunt of any one of these. But let us just say, God forbid, that our shot call, as the young people say this time around, nobody's going to ask you what political party you belong to if it is you need to get a tree off your car. Nobody's going to ask you what political party you belong to if it is that you have to sweep water out of your house. Nobody's going to ask you what political party you belong to when you have to give blood to save a life. Because I don't know that PDP people does bleed one color and PNM people does bleed an next color. There's only one race, and that is the human race.
We're all human.
You understand what I'm saying? Because before the young man died, they sent out a call for blood donors, right? They didn't say you have to be a particular race, a particular color, political religion, or particular political persuasion. So I want people to remember that there is life after August the 11th. And for any of my supporters who feel overly enthusiastic about, defending me and wanting to defend me, I know it's okay, it's election season, but after August 11th, we all have to live here and live good, So I just want to ensure that we lead with love. We lead with love in everything that we do. We lead with love as much as we can. I mean, yes, I will speak truth to power. There are a group of people out there who are plotting, and they continue to plot every single day, But I know that they have no power. They have no authority over me, because I stand here by the grace of God. And on Talk the Things Tuesdays next week, I'm going to give you some insight as to who Tashia Grace Boris is as a person. I am going to talk my things next week. So I hope that you guys are looking forward to that show, God Spare Life, once I'm here. I'm going to talk the things about myself. Yeah, so you're going to get it from the horse's mouth. Okay? But the thing about it is that we are in a situation where our people feel like if their power has been taken away. Our people feel powerless. They feel hopeless. And, they feel like if they're being forced to choose, sometimes people put it as the lesser of two evils. Lesser of two evils is still evil. And if you choose the lesser of two evils today, that may become the greater of two tomorrow. So let us get to the point where we don't have to choose evil at all. Yeah, let's get to the point where there's only good laid out in front of us as options. And the only way that we're going to have good laid out in front of us as options is if more good people get involved. Because the more good people you have in an organization that maybe was overrun by not so good people, eventually those good people are going to start to influence the decision making and influence what is taking place at the level of that party. I think that we are setting poor examples for our young people, even the way that we operate with ourselves. And thank you, Mr. Pitt, for mentioning this, because this has been a serious issue walking about. I can't even understand why is it that there are people who still do not know the status of those social grants that people applied for since the end of March. Now it's the end of July. We're going into August. And there are persons in this country who have not received 1 red cent. There are persons in this country who are on the verge of being evicted. There are young people in this country who are essentially homeless and jumping from home to home, basically living off the good graces of others. And this is a situation that we have taking place in our society. We have it taking place in Tobago. And if it takes place in Tobago, I want to make the assumption that it's taking place in Trinidad as well. How do we reach these people? How do we get the resources of the state to those who are most vulnerable? There are some persons that I've met via the same No Leaking Roof initiative who fall outside the scope of government help. They don't have all their documents. They don't have all the requirements. They don't meet the basic requirements. And there is nothing in place to treat with these people. It means that there are some gaps that exist in our society, and the power comes from us knowing where these gaps are. Because it cannot be to have a big hole in front of you and you're walking down the road, and because you don't know it's a big hole, you fall into it. Your power comes from knowing there's a big hole in front there, and you can make a decision based on the information you have, whether or not the hole is big enough for you to jump over, whether you have to go around the hole, whether you have to put a piece of wood across it and walk across it, whatever. But power comes from knowledge. And my people, we need to get up and get and understand what is happening in the atmosphere. We need to know our history. And I would like to put out publicly, I want to thank that coalition of unattached politicians that came forth 2 days ago to support the PDP and support the candidacy of both myself and Mr. Duke. I think it's important when our elders Our elders come forward and they lend their support. They give of their knowledge. They give their advice. They remind us of our history. Because for far too long, I think the general population of Tobago, we had forgotten our history. We forgot about the pioneers who went before us. We forgot about the people who fought for the things that we are fighting over now. And the people who are even fighting amongst themselves to control the thing. They don't even understand the importance of the positions that they hold. And it shows, because you have an institution such as the Tobago House of Assembly being disrespected at every turn, being disrespected by the people who hold the positions there and the persons outside in Trinidad and other places who do not know about the history of the Tobago House of Assembly, so they disrespect the institution, they disrespect the persons who are sitting there, and they have made a mockery. They have made a mockery of the vision of A.N.R. Robinson and Dr. Murray. And all of those assemblymen and women who were the first assemblymen and women who went in as representatives, who went in to help build their communities and represent their communities. These persons were part-time assemblymen and assemblywomen who were part-time in the beginning, and their first salary was $1,800 a month. That was back in 1980. Now you have a group of persons 40 years later who forget the history. They don't care to talk about the history. They are making huge salaries to sit where they sit, and yet still people are complaining about
largely ineffective.
Yeah, they're complaining about the provision of basic goods and services.
And it comes back to that discussion you were just having on being thankful to the elders and those that have gone before. It reads, Tashia, good morning. I saw where the senior officials of the Tobago PNM Council were very disrespectful towards some of Tobago's past senior politicians. Imagine in our Tobago space, someone could look at Sister Pam Nicholson and call her a political failure. Further, hearing such comment coming from senior political officials is very distasteful. Regardless of which side of the political aisle you sit, there's absolutely no room for such utter shameful behavior as that displayed by the PNM officials. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. In general, Tobagoanians are known for being very respectful, especially to our elders. Again, such behavior by these PNM officials is enough reason for us to send a very clear message to them on August the 10th. Send them packing.
I agree. I totally agree. And you're right about the fact that we respect our elders. That's like the golden rule. You grow up as a child. When you pass everybody on the street, you say, good morning. Good morning, miss. Good morning, sir. Good morning, Miss Jean. Good morning, Mr. James. Good morning. That is what we have been taught. If you are taught nothing else in a Tobago household, is manners. You might know how to read, you might not have another skill, but you know manners, because when you go out the road, you're not embarrassing your parents, you're not embarrassing your family, you're not embarrassing your grandparents. Because I know growing up, if you pass an adult straight as a child, that is a curtail from after the adult, don't tell your parents, you're getting too curtail. You might get a curtail from the adult involved, depending on who they are to you.
Book,
and
inside.
You're getting a curtail from your mother or your father, or you might get two curtail. So I was disappointed when I heard the response, because at the end of the day, we hold our elders to the highest esteem. Mr. William Mackenzie is a man that I have utmost respect for. Utmost respect. Right? Utmost respect. All those seniors who were there, utmost respect. It doesn't matter what they chose to do with their lives in terms of their political choice. Their contributions to the development of the island of Tobago are unmatched. And to have a group of now-comes, because I had to call them a group of now-comes, they don't know we history. And even when they have access to information and technology, for them to at least take a moment and breathe and say, all right, I know the history. It was better if they just had said nothing at all. That would have been much better. Because to come out and say that Sister Pam is a political failure, when we can drive around Tobago and see the achievements of Sister Pam, that's Susolan's development, right? That's Susulan's development. That is one of the things that she was part of and that she brought to the people of Tobago to be able, for Tobago people to be able to purchase land. And yet we have people who can't even build 5 houses a year. Can't even build 5 houses a year, handing over keys to properties for PR opportunities and taking back keys when the camera's done rolling. Don't think we forget that. Don't think we forget that. All the come out and sweaty, bring the media, hand over keys to people, and then after the ceremony was over, take back the keys. So what was the purpose of all of that? Right? What was the purpose of all of that? And now you come to disrespect. Because that is disrespect.
Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Mr. McCool. Good morning, Miss Boris. Mr. McCool and Miss Boris, your first caller this morning was fantastic. He understands the message, and I hope that more Tobagoans are listening and that message could spread throughout Tobago. This election, the message is straightforward. We are under a colonial arrangement where Tobago is a ward of Trinidad. They are bossing us. If you look at the parliament, there are 39 seats in Trinidad and 2 for Tobago. We have no power to really do the things we want to do. So the law has to be modified for national issues where Tobago's votes will equate similarly to balanced Trinidad votes. They must be equal. So Trinidad matters, Tobago has no role to play in Trinidad matters. And in Tobago matters, Trinidad has no role to play in Tobago matters. If we require the help, we will ask them to. If Trinidad requires Tobago's help, Tobago will be invited to come in and contribute. For national issues, the voting power must be equal. And these are the things that must be dealt with in Parliament. And the PNM candidates, they are not cultured to do that. They cannot do that because the other 39 people in Trinidad will destroy them. And the message this morning from that first caller was clear and succinct. Miss Boris, I understand what you're going through. We know the pressure. And I'm telling you something. I'm giving you some advice. As you go to some of the persons who are PNMites who will want to oppose you, do not take the bait and use language that you're going to regret. Make your language be soft. Make your language be kind. Try to make your discourse kind and palatable. Because you will never know when you may have to eat those words some days later. Don't do like others and call people names. Don't use caustic and corrosive language to describe people who have served this place. And it's something that I am saddened about. In some societies, if you disrespect your elders, it is something like heresy. You are destroyed. You cannot do that. When I listen to the language that was used by Shamfokojo, I'm saddened. She has been converted to an East-West corridor representative. So my spirit is with you. The whole of the East is behind you. We are going to take the West also. Just keep walking. Have a nice day.
Thank you so very much for that caller, because you're correct. Sometimes the temptation is there to really unleash the hurt and unleash the anger and unleash the pain that I have been suffering and my people have been suffering because I soak all of that up. It is hard to get some of the calls that I get, but when I'm not on air. It's hard to read some of the messages that I've received of the kinds of things people are going through, and not stand on a platform and have that unleash itself. And thank you for the words of caution. I think I've been raised very well by my parents, and one thing they will never let me get away with is disrespecting my elders and disrespecting persons. And I have children myself, so that I know that I want to be an example to my children going forward. So thank you for your words of encouragement and advice. And even that last comment about our current rep turning into something, I think even that and all may be an insult to the people of the East-West Corridor, because I think those people also want better for themselves. I think the struggle of Tobago is similar to the struggle of the people in Laventille, who have been used as political pawns since the beginning of this thing. And when you look at Laventille, what do they have to show for all their years of supporting one political party? What do they have to show? And it's something that even the people of Laventille have to look at, because they've been voting the same way over and over and over again, and they're not seeing development. They're not seeing people investing in them. They're not seeing changes coming into the community that will take them in a positive direction. Why must Laventille have the worst roads? Why can't certain utilities come to Laventille because technicians are afraid of going into Laventille? Why certain people can't walk in places like John and Mova and all of these places because you have to be known by somebody before you go up there? And all of that stems from failed systems, and that also stems from failed leadership. And the persons who have been purporting to represent these areas have failed in their delivery to the people, because the people's lives are no better for their representation. And if you, as a representative who has had the opportunity to sit in that chair, know that you did nothing to make the lives of the people that you represented better, then why are you coming and ask for a second opportunity to fail again? That doesn't make any sense to me. And you should be humble enough to admit that you didn't do the best that you could and you failed, and that somebody else should be given the opportunity to do better than you did. Yeah? So today's Fight the Power Fridays. I'm fighting whatever it is that is going on with my throat. I've never had so many issues with my throat before. But you know what? If it's not of God and it's of something else, then trust me, I'm fighting it. Because at the end of the day, my voice will not be silenced. As croaky as it might be, it will not be silenced. As hoarse as it might be, when my people call me to speak, I will speak. Even if it is to say good night and I love you, I will speak. Because in this time, we need our voices. In this time, we need people who will stand for us. In this time, we need people who are black and bold and brave and strong. Because some of you may not be able to stand with us publicly, and we know that. We know that. So for those of you who are just waiting for August 10th to wear your jerseys for the first time, make sure it iron, fold it up, rest it down. August 10th, we will come out in our numbers freely. If it's one night, you're allowed to not hide your affiliation. It's election night. Yeah? So I can't wait to meet all of you election night, when we will be celebrating the victory. It is already won. I want Tobago to understand that it is already won. Just stay the course. Stay the course, my people. We have 10 days to go. Stay the course. As I say, for those of you who can't wear your jerseys just yet, just fold it up and keep it in a safe place. Because the night of August 10th, we will be celebrating, because we have gotten our voices back. We would send a resounding message that we are fighting the power. We are breaking the shackles. We are breaking the chains. We are breaking free from oppression. We are breaking free from bondage. We are breaking free from their grip. We are breaking free from their hold. We are breaking free from that stranglehold, that chokehold that they have over the people of Tobago. We are ensuring that our island can breathe again. We're ensuring that our island can thrive again. We're ensuring that we can grow again and live again. That's why I love our party colors. Black and white and green, because green speaks to vitality, green speaks to growth, new growth. Green speaks to nature and creation and all of those things. Black is the earth, the substance from which we come from, that dust that makes us up, that substance that greenery has to survive in, and that white represents that water, that nourishment that has to come from the environment and the external to ensure that that tree, that plant, that green plant, that beautiful flower, that beautiful shrub, that tree, whatever it is, that it could grow, that it could thrive, that it could develop, that it would have lovely green leaves, which is a demonstration that it's getting good nourishment from that black soil, that it's getting enough water. That is where I want my people to be. I want them to grow. I want my people to grow. So PDP is a party of growth. It's not by chance that our colors are what they are. It's not by chance our symbol is what it is, because that symbol represents strength. That symbol represents us together. It's three hands holding a bamboo bulife. And those of you, tomorrow, Emancipation Day, is our bamboo bulife walk. Stay tuned to social media, where we put out the information as to where the walk is going to start. We have 200 bamboo bulife that is being cut by the young men up in Roxborough. When I was in WIM the other night this week, that WIM action group, that Black Rock WIM Union action group of young ladies, they went and cut bamboo to make bulife for us so that we could have a mini bulife march before our spot meeting in WIM. I'm saying to you guys, that bamboo bulife has plenty symbolism in Tobago's history. By the light of the bamboo bulife, we will find our way through this darkness, and we will find our way together. Those three hands holding on to that bamboo bulife represent the three pillars of our society. We are doing this together. We are holding each other's hands. We are holding on to each other, and we are holding that light, and we are looking towards that light to lead us out of this darkness, lead us out of this bondage. And we live for that day. We live for that day when Tobago is no longer dark, where we can all stand in the light, when we can all stand together, holding hands in the light, knowing full and well that we are working to create the Tobago that we want to see, that we want our children to be able to grow and live in. That Tobago is the Tobago that I fight for. That Tobago is the Tobago that I stand here for. That Tobago is the reason why I'm in this fight. That Tobago is the reason why I will not bow out of this fight. That Tobago is the reason that keeps me standing. That keeps me standing every single day, as tired as I might be sometimes, because the days are early and the nights are long. But that vision fuels my fire. Today is Fight the Power Fridays. Yeah.
One of the comments I'm seeing here is he's saying that the PDP is a bunch of people who will stand up for the people against victimization. And he's saying, remember folks, everyone needs to come out and vote. We cannot afford to take anything for granted. Spiritually, the victory has already been won, but we need you to come out in your numbers and stamp their political death certificate.
Oh my goodness. You know, sometimes when you hear the rhetoric, if it's one thing, Tobago people have a very, very, very good command of the English language. So I must
very passionate.
Yes.
And animated.
So that, when they use their analogies and they use their simile and they use their metaphor, because I love the English in school. When I hear some of the comments, especially that story I read the other day about the fish. The person who messaged that story about the stories about fishing and the symbolism of fishing communities. And I mean, that person needs to write a book. If you're listening, sir, you need to write a book, because those are the things that I want to pass on to my daughter. I want to hand her a book of Tobago stories. I want to hand her a book that tells her of her heritage and where she came from. I want to hand her a manuscript that can walk her through, provide that vivid imagery in her mind using words. Sometimes books do better justice than movies, because I'm a reader. I love to read. I've probably read over 5,000 to 10,000 books in my lifetime. I used to live in the library, at the old library that is, so that I would watch a movie, for example, Lord of the Rings. So I love the Lord of the Rings. And I watched the 3 parts of the Lord of the Rings. And then I went and I read the books. And the books were far better than the movies. So sometimes books do a story better justice than any movie ever could. And I'm saying that I wonder if anybody knows of a collection of Tobago history and Tobago stories, Tobago folklore that they can recommend to me. Please send me a message, because I want to go back to my roots as well, and I want to be able to read these stories to my children, because I think it's important for us to start re-educating our young people about our history. Thank God we are in the space as the PDP now. And when we go on our platforms, we are always talking about the history. You don't ever hear the other side talk about the history, because they know the part that they played in trying to make sure that we did not get the things that we were advocating for. They will never tell you that they were against the THA, but they're fighting tooth and nail to control it. They'll never tell you that. Why they just never talk that history? They're very selective in terms of their memories. They're very selective in terms of what they put out there. But to me, if you're telling the story, tell the whole story. Don't tell piece of the story. So it's important that we are able to teach our history at the level of primary school, at the level of high school, so that our young people will gain an appreciation for our history. And when they have to make the decisions that they have to make, whether it be for choosing a political entity or choosing to join a political entity, they have all the history. They have all the knowledge, they have all the information, and they're able to make an informed choice. Knowledge is power. Today is fight the power, and part of fighting the power is fighting against ignorance. Ignorance keeps us down. Ignorance keeps us back. Ignorance keeps us stagnant and in a state of stasis. So that, my people, we start by knowing. Knowing is the first step. We have to know. And not just piece of the story, as I said, because there's an old saying that if the history was written by the hunter, the lion will never be the victor. I think that is something like that. History is always written by the hunter, so he will never say that the lion defeated him. So let me witness history in this time, because the lion is here and the lion will not be defeated, and the hunter air writing this story. People are going to see that this particular revolution would be televised and Twitterized and Facebookerized and whatever else. There's going to be evidence of what is taking place here. There's going to be evidence that the winds of change are blowing through Tobago. There's going to be evidence that people are waking up to the reality that they have not been getting what they deserve. There's going to be evidence that people are now getting their strength, now regaining their voice, now regaining their passion, now regaining their courage. That is what I'm seeing emerging. That's the right word, courage. I'm seeing my people awaken from their slumber, and I'm seeing my people become courageous. Courageous. Courageous to stand up to the might of a Goliath, because we can all be Davids in our own right. And God gives you everything that you need to defeat the demons in front of you, to fight the battles you have to fight. Goliath had weapons and armor, size and strength. David was a shepherd boy with a slingshot and 2 stones. And that was enough. That was enough, because he had the grace of God over him. And Goliath could have been 100 feet tall. David would have defeated him. And it's the same in this time. Everybody has Goliaths in their lives. Let me just switch over from the politics and talk about life. Everybody has Goliaths in their lives, whatever that Goliath may look like. But you have to stand as a David. You have to stand with the conviction of knowing that you are destined to defeat your Goliaths. That everything that you need to defeat your Goliath is buried in you. That purpose is buried in you. That purpose has been anointed on you from before you came into this world. And we need to unlock that. We need to dig that out. We need to dig deep and find that. And when we find that and we stand as the Davids defeating the Goliaths in our lives, nothing, no obstacle is large enough. Faith of a mustard seed, as they say. All the Lord needs to do is plant that one seed of faith in you, and you have everything you need. You have your slingshot and you have your 2 stones. And in this fight, in this political fight, that slingshot and those 2 stones is the slingshot and stones of truth. because you cannot be. Truth defeats everything. And they can't stand up to you because you know why? They don't deal with the truth. They don't deal with letting you know what exactly is taking place. There's a lot of deception. There's a lot of lying. There's a lot of secrecy. There's a lot of underhandedness taking place. And they've been negotiating in an atmosphere of bad faith. I want to say good morning to the residents of Crown Point right now and who are members of the peace movement who are continuing their protests and standing firm in the face of opposition. You will defeat your Goliath. And I stand with you. I stand with you and the PDP stands with you because all we're arguing for, all they're arguing for is fair and equitable compensation for residents. We have seen similar projects take place in Trinidad and persons who live in Trinidad have been fairly and adequately compensated. They were given land, they were given homes, they were given money in order to relocate. And there are people in Tobago who are advocating that we throw people off their land, hand them a check and say, hey, go and make do with that. How is that fair? You cannot want for something for somebody that you do not want for yourself. And it might be today for them, but it might be tomorrow for you. And if it's tomorrow for you, you will want the same thing. You would want fair and adequate compensation for your land, your property, whatever it is. So I stand with them. Good morning to Miss Hackett and those of you who are on the front line of that fight and leading that charge. Good morning to you guys. And I send all my prayers and love and best wishes to you. And I really want to be your representative because trust me, this is an issue that I would take to the parliament in Trinidad. This is an issue that I will not be silent about. This is an issue that I will not allow any government made up of parliamentarians in Trinidad to bully the people of Tobago to move off of their lands. They are not against development. Let me make that clear. They are not against development. But what they are against are the tactics that are being used to remove them from their properties. What they are against is the process that is being employed to move them from their properties. What they are against is the fact that they have seen other persons in other jurisdictions get fair and adequate compensation for their properties, and they are not being given the same thing. There must be equality across the board. Across the board. That is what they are fighting for. Equality. So I stand with you, members of the peace movement. Good morning to you this morning. You guys have an opportunity on the 10th of August to show this government that you are not in support of what they are doing. You have an opportunity on the 10th of August to show this Tobago House of Assembly that they have been silent in terms of their representation of your issues. You have an opportunity to show them that you will not be bought. You have an opportunity to show them that they can't come in Tobago and do what they feel. You have an opportunity to demonstrate to them that there is process, there is procedure, there is good faith, there is goodwill. And what we need to have happen here is good faith and goodwill to reign, communication to take place, collaboration to be worked out, and for people to feel comfortable at the end of the process. What is the rush? The borders are closed. What is the rush? Treat the people properly. Communicate with them. Listen to their concerns. Truly listen. Understand that it's not just about property, because people have psychological, spiritual ties to their land, to their ancestral lands. Take that into account. We have to ensure that we take care of our people. These people may need different kinds of access to counseling, whether it be financial counseling for the money they would receive so that it is spent properly, whether it be psychological counseling because the trauma that is involved in seeing their homes destroyed, because that's something that people not studying. When the government acquires your property for development, they have to flatten everything. You know how hard it is, because I watched my father as the sole breadwinner in our family, 6 children and my mother to take care of. And I watched my father build that house in Susulands, and there were times that I used to go down there as a child and I would lift bricks one brick by one brick because I couldn't lift anymore. Right? My brothers would sift sand. And my father, along with his friends and, whoever the workmen were, built that house. And imagine if that house was built in Crown Point, standing in the middle.
We actually have a call coming in.
Yeah.
Good morning, caller.
Good morning. How are you? I would like to add a little something to what Miss Boris is saying right now, in terms of a question for the people in Crown Point. I understand what she's saying about they're not being compensated adequately. By law, the government is allowed to take the land or seize the land for growth as they see fit. They have it in their power to do this. If the land is being valued by someone who is capable of putting a proper value to it, why is it that the government is fighting that? We are all people of Trinidad and Tobago. You are moving these people from places where their generations have grown. There's no concern for that, I understand. But in terms of the money, why are you negotiating this like you're in a flea market? The value is the value. Per square foot for building is $600, $700. Per land is X amount, $200-$300 a square foot is what I think they paid for the land in Sandals. If you do the maths, why is this an issue? We have to ask ourselves why. The government is negotiating this like it's being bought by them. Because the outline of this transaction is very straightforward. The land, the buildings, and whatever is valued, and if there is a value to be put to the I don't know what it would be called, the extra, whatever extra would be put on top of that. How is it that we can't get to that point? Why is it that these people have to fight? These are our brothers and sisters, and they have to fight. Why are they fighting? That is my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kola. And you're very correct. You're very correct. It means that the government had no intention of negotiating with these persons in a free and fair environment. That they had in their mind that they shouldn't pay more than X amount of money for these lands, and these people should just move. The government is mighty. The law is on their side. They should just move them. No, government come from you, the people. The people is what make up the government. So if they don't do what you put them there to do, it's time to move them. And I'll just finish my story. If my father's house was situated in Crown Point in the way of that development, for me, because I must have only thought about 5 or 6 or 10 brick, but I watched that house go up. When we moved into that house, it had no windows, it had no doors. Right? And I watched my father over the years add things, take a loan, finish this part, pay back the loan, take another loan, finish, go up. I watched him build that house over the years. It would be devastating for me to watch my home being paved, being pushed over, those bricks crumpled into the dust. That is what it is. That every brick that was laid hand by hand, that everybody who came to cast that decking, when my mother got up in the morning with some other women at the time and they cook bacon, saltfish and pilau and cocoa tea and all kind of thing for those men to work that day that decking was cast. All of those memories I have. It would be devastating for me to watch that house being pushed over like a card structure. So I could imagine the psychological impact that even this is having, the impending thought of having to move is having on those residents. Nobody's talking about that. And even after they have moved, even after they've received that check, that they have to know that every time they drive by that site, they know that their house once stood in that spot. That they had to watch a bulldozer push down that house that they spent years to build. We have to stand in the shoes of our brothers and sisters who are in this fight. Who feels it knows. And as Tobago, we must stand with them. We must stand with them. So I stand with you guys this morning. I'm sending love and strength and prayers your way, you know. And I know that you guys are fighting the power. I know that you are not simply sitting back and allowing a government to take advantage of you. You are not simply sitting back and allowing somebody to come and tell you something without fact-checking what they're telling you. I know that you have sought legal advice. I know that you are getting other kinds of advice. And I know that you are standing firm and resolute in terms of your demands for the situation to be settled in a particular manner. And we stand with you on this side, and we will continue to stand with you, because what we want is a policy on land development in Tobago. We need that policy, and that is the purpose of the Tobago House of Assembly, is to really advocate for the needs of the people of Tobago. There may be a national policy on land development, but if because of our unique situation in Tobago, we need to tailor that policy to suit the realities of the Tobago people, then that is what the THA should be doing. But instead, we have them playing Dolly House in the Tobago House of Assembly. Yeah? We have them playing musical chairs with our institution, and they've turned the Tobago House of Assembly into one of their little cabals or their little offshoots of their party group. And Tobago, I want you to wake up. Look at that and recognize that we are no longer respected. That our Prime Minister could come over here. I will always remind people of that. Our Prime Minister could come over here and tell our Chief Secretary sit down, and he will sit down. That is the level of the respect that they have for you. And when somebody shows you your true colors, do not try to paint them another color. They have shown us their true colors. So I want you guys, in these last 10 days, because I know the temptation might be there to break. The temptation might be there to give up. The temptation might be there to give in. The temptation might be there to throw in the towel. The temptation might be there to say, you know what? They are too strong. They are too mighty. They have too many resources. Drop does fill bucket. One cocoa does fill basket. And David defeated Goliath. Remember the story of David. You are a David. You are a David where you stand. And everything that you need to fight the power resides in you. Everything that you need to stand up to oppression lives in you. Everything that you need to stand up for yourself and your family exists within you. Do not forget that. And don't let them make you forget that. Don't make them bury a seed of fear in you, because you were never born to be fearful. You were never born to be oppressed. You were never born to be enslaved, whether it be physically or mentally. You were born to be great. You were made in his own image. And because he made you in his own image, it means that you are powerful. You are powerful. So that is how I'm going to wrap up Fight the Power Fridays. You are powerful, my people of Tobago. You are powerful, my PDP Spartans who stand in the gap every day for your families and your friends and your co-workers. You are powerful beyond measure. Powerful. August 10th is your time, your chance to demonstrate how powerful you are. The might of the people. I am Tashia Grace Boris, your Progressive Democratic Patriots candidate for Tobago West, your chief champion, your fighter, and your proud Spartan woman. We will be out this weekend. Tomorrow we have our Bamboo Bulife march. Sunday we have our Charlottesville run, so that is a whole day activity. We're supposed to assemble at the stadium from 10 a.m. Those of you, cook your food, bring your cooler, load up the family. We go in and have a nice day in Charlottesville on Sunday. I have not cooked in weeks, to be quite honest with you, so I hope people are willing to share their food with me. Yeah? And I know they will share their food with me because Spartans are family first. Yeah? So I know I would not go hungry. And I know I will never beg for bread. And I know that I will not go thirsty. Yeah, so Sunday is our Charlottesville run. And then on Monday, my understanding is the whole might of the Spartan army descends on Tobago West. All the might of all of our personnel, our political leader, our deputy political leaders. We are taking the fight to them in the East this week, the last week of the election. We start in Crown Point, Canaan, Bonaccord on Monday. We will be in the area for the entire day. Our aim is to knock on every door. Our aim is to shake every hand. Our aim is to interact with everyone that we come across. So we are going to be in your area on Monday from about 9 a.m. As soon as I come off the radio on Monday, we will be setting up camp in Canaan, Bonaccord, Crown Point. And then the rest of the week, we will be mostly in the West. Because we have to bring this home Tobago. We have to bring home Tobago East. We have to bring home Tobago West. You have to send your 2 champions to Parliament. You have to send your chief champions. You have to send your Spartans to fight for you. And we fight for the entire of Tobago. We fight for all of our people. We fight because we know that there is still a fight to be won. That is that this autonomy issue has to be settled once and for all. That we have to bring home this autonomy issue for our Tobago people. Yes, I want to stress that people need to wear masks because now we have community spread of COVID. Tobago is vulnerable because we have our airport still open. We have our sea bridge still open. Persons are still being allowed to traverse freely between the islands. So I implore persons to be out and be careful. But yes, we know that there is a fight that is taking place. This fight is not about PDP versus PNM versus anybody else. This is a fight about Tobago. This is Tobago's fight. This is Tobago's opportunity to stand on its own and demand its respect, demand its equality of status, demand all its rights and attendant responsibilities for itself and its people, its right to self-determination. That's how we fight the power. You send representatives to Trinidad who are not afraid to speak truth to power, who are not afraid to stand in the highest office in the land and speak on behalf of Tobago people. This is what we're here for, and this is what we have committed to. And in your spaces, wherever you are, large or small, whether or not you have a voice that you think you can use, you fight the power. You stand firm in your convictions. You ensure that on August 10th, you go out to vote. You go out and demonstrate to those who have failed us that you ultimately, as the people, have the power to put up and bring down. My name is Tasha Grace Boris, PDP candidate for Tobago West, and I would like to thank Sean McCoon. I have to call him my left hand. Sean is my left hand. So Sean, my left hand, who held on for me these last 2 mornings. Thank you so much for leading the conversation and engaging the people of Tobago. And Sean is always with me. And I thank him for his service. I thank him for standing with me in this time and really being a great friend and, a great person to work with. I'm going to be heading up to the PDP headquarters shortly, people. So for those of you who are in Scarborough and you want to come over to the office and you just want to press flesh for a little 2 minutes, you want to talk, you just want to see the lioness in person, I will be there for about an hour and then I'll be off doing some walking in Scarborough and environs. I hope you guys have a blessed day. Stay safe, stay good, keep everybody safe. I will see you over the weekend. Those of you who are participating tomorrow and who will be in Charlottesville over the weekend, we will see you for the rest of the week because we have to hit Golden Lane, Lekito. We still have to go into some parts of Signal Hill, Patience Hill. We still have to go into Lambeau. We still have to hit Mount Pleasant. We still have to do Lowlands. There are a couple areas that we still have to make our presence felt. So trust me, we take in night and make day. So if I come in your yard and knock on your door 8 o'clock at night, don't vex with me, I'll apologize. But we know where the fight is taking place. All hands are required on deck. So thank you so much for joining us today, guys. And we will be back with you next week. God spare life. For Mind Your Business Mondays. Have a great weekend and God bless and take care.
Let me My people, do you listen? Tell me, do you hear? What is your position for the people? Do you care? Yeah. Will you tell me that you represent? I really want to see some evidence. In freedom, this is evidence. So bring it from your soul. One love is the anthem. One love is the anthem. 'Cause this is carnival, where we come alive. Oh no, we not gonna fight. We gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag, make it touch the sky. We not gonna stop tonight. So let me see your hands. I have love for the whole wide world. With you at the center, you are the master key. If love is by my side, then who can deny me? I keep climbing higher. So represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love. And represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love. One love is the anthem. One love is the anthem.
Coming on a mission, we don't really care. One love in distribution, and we have some more to spare. Yeah, and we live like this, yeah, every day. We do it in love and we don't delay. Love like this, we must relay. It's in your heart and soul.
One love is the anthem. One love is the anthem. 'Cause this is carnival, where we come alive. Oh no, we not gonna fight. We gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag, make it touch the sky. We not gonna stop tonight. So let me see your hands.
PDP, we voting for PDP. Black and we pro. PDP, we voting for PDP. This is a black hole. We voting for PDP. PDP, PDP, black and pro. No weapon from against you. So higher than an eagle. 10,000 falling at your left, 10,000 at your right. Victory today. No weapon from against you. Jah protect our heroes. Look, haters falling on your left and haters on your right. Victory today. This is a black hole. PDP, we black and we pro. We voting for PDP. Vote out PNM. Pharaoh and his men, you won't see them tomorrow. No, this is a black hole. PDP, we black and we pro. We voting for PDP. Vote out PNM. Pharaoh and his men, you won't see them tomorrow. Black and proud the guy. Love with Tobago pride. One from Duke and Tasha Boris, don't ever give up this fight. With the few shit I galvanize, you bring tears up our people's eyes. Vote out Shamfa, vote out Iron, vote out the PNM blight. We pro PDP, this is a black hole. We voting for PDP, vote out PNM. Pharaoh and his men, you won't see them tomorrow. No, no weapon from against PDP, PDP. Just set you higher than them. 10,000 falling at your left, 10,000 at your right. Victory today. No weapon from against PDP, PDP. Just set you higher than the eagle. Haters scatter on your left, some scatter on your right. Victory today. This is a black when we touch the road. Voting with PDP t-shirt, black. Voting for Tashia Boris. Voting for what's in the oak. Black like charcoals. Black bamboo bully face smoke. Is this kaleidoscope? Tell them black is the code. We pro PDP. This is a black code. We're voting for PDP. Vote up PNM. Pharaoh and his men, you won't see them tomorrow. No. This is a black code. PDP. We black and we pro. We're voting for PDP. Vote up PNM. Pharaoh and his men, you won't see them tomorrow. No. PDP. Total black code. PDP. Charlottesville to PDP. Black is beautiful. PDP. Yes, we black and PDP. Total black code. PDP. Black is beautiful. PDP. We got black PDP. Charlottesville to PDP. We voting for PDP.
Why my people suffer so bad? Oh, is it that should really be sad? Is it a misplaced melancholy? Well, it's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? My people may talk. It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? My God. Rise up, fallen suffers. Rise and take your stand again. He who fights and run away will live to fight another day. It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? You people may talk. It's politics time again now. Are you gonna vote now? It's love and the war. It's the right and it's the duty of a citizen to vote. By upon them constitution, long time indeed a joke. Fed up of promises and hopeless hope. Ballot box must be empty. Vote house closed. No one armed, no one choose the color of them clothes now. But some just brain greedy. No matter how we teach, they'll forget easier. Look, it's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? This is love and not war. We all shall vote, yeah. If it's Rasta, then talking. Look here. Bloodshed from Rima. Down in the valley, garden area. Question has become a gunman compound. No place for people with citizenship. Lord, they're crying relentlessly, yeah. The people moving every minute, every hour. Gunshot falling like hell shower. Oh, yeah. It's politics time again. Well, are you gonna vote now? Good people may talk. It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? Ooh. And a little one, we want. And a little breach, we breach. Still they bust up their big guns on the street, Lord. Killing people, oh, very sneak. Who is it that I'm on is speaking? Who is it that is controlling the system? Three parties and I'm not dancing. Who is it? Who is she? No, who is the Mr. Him? Yeah, it's your campaign time again now. Ooh, yeah. Well, it's politics time again. The people are gonna cry now. Ooh, it's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? Hey, everything raise, but we won't live on front. When the air that we breathe becomes thick with them, then we know Jaja guide, we will never fret. Whenever you're ready, we're ready. No more spot check. Ready your light where you're heavy. Happy or respect, Lord, no war. No war. Yeah. Well, it's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? Who is worthy? It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote? corruption. Long time it did a joke. We are fed up with promises and hopeless hope. Ballot box must be empty, vote house closed. No one hand, no one through the cola half them close, y'all. Some just plain greedy. No matter how it takes, they'll forget easier. It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now?
Then I'm goodbye, bye bye. Tell them write the concession speech, goodbye. Then I'm goodbye, bye 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 bye. We can breathe a sigh of relief. PDP turn to serve Tobago. Them can't tell me who to vote. Then them your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. Black is the color that we chose. We're not wearing no red clothes. It's PDP turn to serve Tobago. You can't tell we who to vote. PNM your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. We're not wearing no red clothes. Black from me head right down to me toe. PDP came long from Roxborough to Charlottesville, celebrating with the PDP queens and kings. The next stage executive. Now come out of your house no matter where you live. Black t-shirt, black flag, black achieve. Shorty go provide the food and drinks. Dr. Mel gone with some crab and dumpling. Don't be shy, tell me why you drinking. PDP turn to serve Tobago. Them can't tell me who to vote. PNM your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. Black is the color that we chose. We're not wearing no red clothes. It's PDP turn to serve Tobago. You can't tell we who to vote. PNM your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. We're not wearing no red clothes. Black from me head right down to me toe. Bye bye bye. PNM goodbye. Goodbye, 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 bye bye bye. Write your concession speech. Tobago. We're praying for election to reach. Write the concession speech. Bye bye. So we could breathe a sigh of relief.
I am Watson Duke, the Progressive Democratic Patriots candidate for Tobago East. On Monday, August 10th, 2020, please put your X by the bamboo olive, the symbol of the PDP. We promise you to create a new minimum wage of $5,000 for the CPEP worker, the development worker, the reforestation worker, for all government workers. Yes, $5,000, the new minimum wage in Tobago for these workers. 2, we promise you to reopen the CARICOM jetty in Scarborough so our traders can trade with the CARICOM. They can buy and sell and buy without going to Trinidad to bring up goods that have been sold by the CARICOM nations. 3, we promise to demand, and through strategy and skillful negotiations, amend the THA Act so that THA would be given 10% of the nation's budget. Yes, I will use my trade union skills that I've developed over 10 years to cause Tobago to benefit from 10% of the national budget in the THA coffers. 4, the PDP believes in housing for all, and we will embark on a housing program where all unfinished houses will be repaired and be brought to a level where decent living can be enjoyed by all. We intend to provide low-cost housing to meet the budgets of the lowest paid government worker. 5, we will stabilize the economy by creating stable jobs. Yes, we are offering job security for all. We, the Progressive Democratic Patriots, of the firm view that now is the time for us to build a better Tobago. Now is the time for us to put people before politics.
We fight for a change. Tobago, we need a change. We will fight for you. We fight for a change. Tobago, we need a change.
Technocrats are for you. We will fight for you.
We fight for every child, every family, and every
We will fight for you.
fight for every child, every family, and every
We will fight for you.
Tobago called for 6 candidates, 12 valiant soldiers, full of integrity. PNM, Tobagonians not afraid of victimization, protected by the higher man. As the war surrounds Jerusalem, soldiers surrounds Tobago. PNM let his people go. PDP Spartans face off with Pharaoh. We fight for a change. Tobago, we need a change.
Technocrats are for you. We will fight for you.
We fight for a change. Tobago, we need a change.
Technocrats are for you. We will fight for you.
We fight for every child, every family, and every
We will fight for you.
fight for every child, every family, and every
We will fight for you.
Tickle. PNM, you have been weighed in the balances and found deficient. Tears. In collaboration with Izzy. Yeah? PDP all the way.
Right now we are say Watson D for the East, Tasha B for the West.
Straight out in a star.
Yo, this I no joke. Vote. This I no joke. Vote.
You see right now.
This I no joke. Say we a vote PDP, we a vote PDP, cause we want betterment, yeah, for we country. Vote PDP, we a vote PDP, PNM them never do nothing for we. Vote PDP, we a vote PDP, full time me try feed Duke, Mr. Farley. Vote PDP, we a vote PDP, kick out pressure pot rolling. 5 years, no worry session. Tell me with the L pressure pot. Roll it up on him, not give it with the right, but him a take it with the left. And tell me with the LTH, he do it 2.2 billion. And the people in Tobago, pure sufferation. And the worst government me ever see govern. Raging bull with no direction. All me a see a just bad intention. And me na talk no lie, me a speak the truth from Kelville Charles signing him. The pan you. Now I walk up on the road and him a try get the youth. They would lie, them a just blow me a talk the truth, me na talk no lie. Instead them risk pay, only food I get. And poor people a cry. Me ask them why. And we a vote PDP, we a vote PDP, cause we want betterment, yeah, for we country. Vote PDP, we a vote PDP, PNM them never do nothing for we. Vote PDP, we a vote PDP, full time we try to feed Mr. Farley. Vote PDP, we a vote PDP, kick out pressure pot rolling. PDP, I just the PDP. PNM, no do nothing for we. Positivity, it burns all negativity. PNM, them only coming with the negativity. Don't get caught up in the light, they put in front your eyes to see. Look how long PNM are blind, we never want. We know the truth about what them do with money. So kick out out, pressure patrolling. Vote BDP, we a vote BDP, cause we want betterment, yeah, this a no true. Vote BDP, we a vote BDP, PNM, them never know nothing for we. Vote BDP, we a vote BDP, full time we try to face Mr. Marley. Vote BDP, we a vote BDP, kick out, pressure patrolling. Vote, vote, this a no, this a no, this a no true. Vote, say we a vote. Full time for them get this kick out, this a no true. Vote, vote, what me say? This a no, this a no true. Vote, vote, kick out, pressure patrolling. Right now we are say Watson D for the east, Tasha B for the west.
Tears in collaboration with Izzy.
The technocrats are for you. We will fight for you.
The handwriting is on the wall. PNMU Empire. It done fall. Tobago. The oppressors you see today. Don't worry, tomorrow they'd be gone. As the walls around Jerusalem, soldiers surrounds Tobago. PNM let his people go. PDP Spartans face off with Pharaoh. We fight for a change. Tobago, we need a change.
For you.
We fight for every child, every family, and every
We will fight for you.
fight for every child, every family, and every
We will fight for you.
Tobago called for 6 candidates, 12 valiant soldiers, full of integrity. PNM, Tobagonians not afraid of victimization, protected by the higher man. As the walls surround Jerusalem, soldiers surround Tobago. PNM let his people go. PDP Spartans face off with Pharaoh. We fight for a change. Tobago, we need a change.
Technocrats are for you. We will fight for you.
We fight for a change. Tobago, we need a change.
Technocrats are for you. We will fight for you.
We fight for every child, every family, and every
We will fight for you.
fight for every child, every family, and every
We will fight for you.
Tickle. PNM, you have been weighed in the balances and found deficient. Tears in collaboration with Izzy. Yeah, PDP all the way.
PNM, you know it was a lie. What you did to me was a sin. Just like that, you deceived me. And now, I cry because you have failed me. How dare you look for me after you betrayed me? Now, I have to walk away.
Sabes bien que fue un engaño.
Another one.
Y lloras hoy porque fallaste.
PDP are the best.
Trataste de buscarme después que tú me traicionaste. Ahora tengo que alejarme.
People before politics.
Busque la forma de olvidar.
Yeah.
Tell me why, oh why you stay. PNM makes you cry every night. You stay. I don't know why, oh why you stay. Oh, I think you're too loyal. You stay.
Under the PNM whip, I still hear them say, them is die hard PNM till a day. Is this the same PNM we give we hell? We make we go down on we knees and beg. Everything them ask for Tobago, we give them PNM, THA and central government. But yet still, we can't catch ourselves. Sea bridge, air bridge, agriculture debt. Taxpayers wanna know where 40 million went. How much gone in the pocket of PNM friends? Cause all we see, the chief with a new BM, few bucks Jane and a little pavement.
Tell me why, oh why do you ride, do you stick by the side? BNM makes you cry every night. People, I see the pain in your eyes and don't know why, oh why you stay. Oh, you stay. Tell me why I think you're too loyal. I think you do too much. PNM does nothing for you, girl. They're not real. That ain't the way love's supposed to be. PNM is not the one for you. What's in you, PDP will show you.
PDP are the best.
God never get to beg, or more than we can take. Great exodus from this PNM wilderness. What's the lighter with the hammer? Crumble the PNM empire. PDP, the long-awaited savior. The mandate from the people will deliver. Agent Webster, Agent Shamfa. This is the end of your tenure.
Tell me why, oh why PNM makes you cry every night. You stay. I don't know why, oh why you stay. Oh, I think you're too loyal. You stay.
Just now wait. PDP, within a few years, look how much we cover. PNM 63, yet Tobago suffer. Tobago age is just a number. Tobago vote them out of power. PDP swim the whole ocean fire. Just to make a statement that you deserve better.
I found the way to forget you.
Tobago don't cry no more. PDP will take care of you. Tobago don't cry no more. PDP will take care of you. Yeah.
What's in you? PDP. What I say? Hey, do you know Mr. Watson Duke? That man just talk the truth. He's a man go tell you flat. Let me bring Tobago back. Time for we to bust the throat. Up to now they buy a boat. Let me vote for the PDP. They go take care of all our week. From Tobago he take a swim. So everybody let me vote for him. And come on, we must agree. Let me vote for the PDP. And let me take back Tobago. And let me bring back Tobago. And let me take back Tobago. PDP take back Tobago. And let me take back Tobago. And let me bring back Tobago. From now till tomorrow, PDP let me love up Tobago. Hey, you ever hear about the PDP? They go take care of all our we. They go make sure that we straight and restore back all the faith. Watson Juki have a plan to help on Tobagonians. He understand what we need. So let we help the Tobago seed and let we take back Tobago. And let we love up Tobago. And let me bring back Tobago. Bring back all the love in Tobago. Somebody say PDP. PDP. That's we party. That's we party. Somebody say what's in you? What's in you? Keep moving with what's in you. That's the truth. Tell them. And do you know Mr. Watson Duke? That man just talk the truth. He's a man go tell you flat. Just riding the jackass back. Tobago need independence. They want to act Trinidad for what sense? Late salaries and the healthcare. He go fix that once we put him there. Build back Tobago. Let me fix back Tobago. And let me bring back Tobago. Bring back all the love in Tobago. Somebody say PDP. Say PDP. That's we party. We must agree. Somebody say what's in juke will help the youth. Say what's in juke and that's the truth. Once you come from Tobago, you know long time ago, we want to sustain ourselves. No depend on no one else. Fighting for self-governance, and we want independence, so we could decide how we live. Fix we own air and sea bridge, and then we take back Tobago. And let we love up Tobago. From now on tomorrow, tell them let we bring back Tobago. Somebody say PDP, say PDP. That's we party, must agree. Somebody say what's in juke, say what's in juke will help the youth. That's the truth. Say, do you know about Tobago? Let me tell you about Tobago. We really love up with Tobago. You can know famous mother tongue. PDP. Hey, calling way. Say PDP, they calling way. All day. PDP, they calling way. Yes, they calling way. Election day. Tell me where you say. We voting for PDP. That's we party. When come to the election, tell them we voting Watson. We back in PDP, they have we back already. We fighting for Tobago, good leadership it must grow. So we go be the champion, cause we moving with Watson. Say they calling way, PDP they calling way, they calling way. Who voting for PDP? Who voting for PDP? Just wave a banner, wave a banner, wave a banner. All day, PDP they calling way, yes they calling way. Election day, tell me where you say. We voting for PDP, that's we part. Taking over Tobago, so the blessing must flow. Look how long we waiting, still you keep debating. PDP is the party to make everyone happy. We come to take we own space, PDP now win the race. Calling way, say PDP they calling way. Election they calling way, PDP they calling way.
It's time to take Tobago higher. With PDP, we rising higher.
What's in do? Dr. Melanie, Dr. Finn, Curtis Douglas, Nyron Leon, Alicia Patterson. Lift Tobago, lift Tobago. Carolyn, Nikisha Martin, Avenel Beard, Dr. Ned, Teacher Folly, and Wayne Clark. Lift Tobago, lift Tobago.
It's time to take Tobago higher. With PDP, we rising higher. It's time to take Tobago higher. With PDP, we rising higher.
Police officer, every soldier, firefighter, the nurses, the doctor, every health worker. Lift Tobago, lift Tobago. Every mother, every father, grandpa and grandma, school teacher, every pastor. Lift Tobago, lift Tobago. Every sector, URP worker, CPEP, the cleaner, the fisherman, the farmer. Lift Tobago, lift Tobago.
It's time to take Tobago higher. With PDP, we rising higher. It's time to take Tobago higher.
Speyside, Roxborough, Bell Garden, Mount St. George, Carlahar, and Lambo. Lift Tobago, lift Tobago. Mariah, Lescato, Bethel, Mount Pleasant, Black Rock, and Canaan. Lift Tobago, lift Tobago.
Lift Tobago high.
Tobago for the DHA elections 2017. Vote the Progressive Democratic Patrons with Watson Duke and the team. Rock and come in. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, hey, hey. Watson Duke, rock and come in. Augustine Valley, rock and come in. White up the baby, Israel's campaign. Oh Lord, I said rock and vote PDP. Rock and come in. Alisa Patterson, rock and come in. Oh, Nikisha Martin, rock and stop in. Naironi, rock and vote PDP. Watson Duke and the team. Vote PDP. Watson Duke and the team. Vote PDP. Dr. Sean Ned, rock and come in. Dr. Melanie Roberts, step in. Why can religion just rock and come in? Everybody rock and vote PDP. Rock and come in. Havana Day just rock and come in. Why? Cause the Douglas step and come in. When Clark just rock and vote PDP. I'm calling everybody. We voting for PDP. It's the only party to fix up the country. So wake up from your slumber, Tobago. We can live together. So I want you to remember for PDP. Watson Duke and the team. For PDP. Watson Duke and the team. Vote PDP. Watson Duke, rock and come in. Augustine Valley, rock and come in. White up the baby, Israel's campaign. Oh Lord, I said rock and vote PDP. Rock and come in. Alisa Patterson, rock and come in. Why Nikisha Martin, rock and stop in. Naironi, rock and vote PDP. Watson Duke and the team. Vote PDP. Watson Duke and the team. Vote PDP. Dr. Sean Ned, rock and come in. Dr. Melanie Roberts, step in. Why can religion just rock and come in? Everybody rock and vote PDP. Rock and come in. Havana Day just rock and come in. Why? Cause the Douglas step and come in. When Clark just rock and vote PDP. I'm calling everybody. We voting for PDP. It's the only party to fix up the country. So wake up from your slumber, Tobago. We can live together. So I want you to remember for PDP. Watson Duke and the team. For PDP. Watson Duke and the team. For PDP. Vote the Progressive Democratic Patriots with Watson Duke and the team. Rock and come in.
Yo, this is Trinidad presented for Watson Duke. Tasha B representing Tobago East and West. Digest. PDP, feel the power, feel the power, feel the power of the Tobago fighter. Feel the power, feel the power, feel the power of the Tobago fighter. Boom. Watson Duke he coming down. From door to door he coming strong. PDP we on the ground. And we not running from the sun. Fixing your roof and all your drains. Tobago go never be the same. PNM is a set again. We not voting PNM again. Digest. PDP party, them is the best. Digest. Watson Duke will relieve your stress. Boom. PNM lead the place in a mess. Old and the young coming out of the nest. The 10th of August to do what is best. Time to put PNM to rest. When you on the road to success, Tobago tourism will be the best, yes. Will be the best, yes. What we call that? Watson Duke. Digest. PDP party, them is the best. Digest. PDP party, them is the the best. Feel the power, feel the power, feel the power of the Tobago fighter. Feel the power, feel the power, feel the power of the Tobago fighter. Feel the power, feel the power, feel the power of the Tobago fighter. Feel the power, feel the power, feel the power of the Tobago fighter. When them sleep, when Tasha out on the street, when them rest, you done beat them down in the rest. When you hit the road on the road to success, Tobago tourism will be the best, yes. Will be the best, yes. What's in you? PDP, Tasha B. Digest. Time for we to put P&M to rest. Digest. Tasha B, she is the best, yes. Feel the power, feel the power, feel the power. Yo, this is Trinidad presenting for PDP. What's in you? Tasha B. Beat them in the east, beat them in the west. Rah!
For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term, and we're still crying out. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games, hey. East and West, please listen to me. Prepare either way, it's 2020. Watson, Duke and Tashia Boris. Flush away, pen them in the toilet. All they want is we vote and to full their pocket. But people before politics, that is we yardstick. The needs of the people is the priority. How much roof done cover, fisherman boat fix. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a displeasure. No. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey. Vote Watson in the east, vote Ashia in the west. Tobago, don't hesitate to drive the X. Drive it like you're fed up, drive it like you're vexed. Let you drive it like when you break up with your ex. Smoke Shamfa and Ayana from their Balizanus. And when the ballots are in and EBC done check. What a celebration in Roxborough complex. Watson take the east, Tasha B take the west. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term, and we're still crying out. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term, and we're still crying out. Still crying out. Still crying out. Whoa, one love is the anthem.
Let me see your hand them, hand them, hand them. Let me see your hand them. Let me see your hand them, hand them, hand them. Let me see your hand them. Let me see your hand them, hand them, hand them. Let me see your hand them. Let me see your hand them, hand them, hand them. Let me see your hand them. Let me see your hand them, hand them, hand them. Let me see your hand them. Let me see your hand them, hand them, hand them.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, Tobago. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning, everyone who is listening to me on the air. Good morning to those who are looking on Facebook. Good morning to those who are looking at the studio live. Mega, good morning. This is Dr. Faith B. Israel, Dr. Faith B. Israel. and I am here as the Deputy Political Leader of the Progressive Democratic Patriots. We are here ensuring that we tell you the truth. We are here ensuring that we bring some basic information to you. We are here ensuring that we provide for Tobago the information that is necessary for you to make the right choice. We are here ensuring that we give you all of the information, that we give you absolutely all of the information that's needed for you to make the right choice for when we get to election day, August 10th, you make the absolute right choice. So, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We are here again. I am going to be with you from 10 a.m. up until about 12. And today we want to talk a little bit about something that is a little bit disturbing. I'm not going to lie. I am a little bit disturbed right now. But before we go into the meat of that, I want to thank everyone who came out yesterday. We had a wonderful session in the northern side of the island. We had a wonderful session in the northern side of the island where we went to, the northeastern side of the island, where we went to Lansreme, Bloody Bay, Palatavere, and ended the session officially with a meeting in Castara. It's already beginning, that's repeating. So we have a meeting in Castara yesterday, which was a wonderful meeting. It was an amazing session. Thank you all so much for being a part of that. Thanks to those of you who went to the session. Thanks to those who drove around with the candidates. Thanks to the candidates for being there and giving such inspirational speeches. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being a part of this movement. Thank you so much for being a part of this movement thus far. We are coming down to the home stretch. And I am seeing that we are getting to the point where people are beginning to be desperate. People are beginning to get desperate. As a matter of fact, let me talk about something, because I just got sent some pictures. Tobago, I just got sent some pictures that are very, very, very disturbing, and I think it goes to show how desperate it seems people are. I am seeing some pictures currently of the street that is right in front of our Tobago West candidate's home. And it seems like a truck just came down that street in Susselands and just decided to drop a whole lot of dirt smack in the middle of the road. The truck just decided to drop a whole lot of dirt smack in the middle of the road right in front of the candidate's home. Now, if you're listening to me, if you know that you are the one who sent the truck driver, it could have been just a mistake that you just happened to lose all of that dirt and all of that gravel right in front of the woman's house. It could be a mistake. I understand if it's a mistake. I understand. But what I am seeing is something that is extremely dangerous. I am seeing a situation where if there are cars driving there and cars trying to maneuver, cars can skid. It is very, very dangerous. I am hoping for the sake of all of us that it was done by mistake and that the driver of that red truck is coming back to clean up that mess. I am hoping that that is a genuine error that was made and that it is just carelessness, or it is just did not pay attention to what they were doing, or it's just that, it just is a mistake and they're coming back. Because if on this day That was an actual deliberate act. It is a perfect example of the level of desperation that we are seeing as it relates to this election. Hello? The driver, I didn't get the number of the truck. You didn't get the number of the truck, or I would have been calling it on here. It's a huge red truck. It has a yellow tarpaulin on the top of the truck. You just dropped a load of dirt, a load of gravel, a load of whatever in the road in Susselands in front of the house of the PDP's candidate for Tobago West. All you go back and pick it up for me, please. Let me do this thing nice now. Let me do this nice now. Let me ain't go down that kind of road, please. If it's an error, sure, we apologize. It's an error. Okay, cool. If it is not an error, know that this is just another level of disrespect, another level of absolute utter foolishness. And in this democracy known as Trinidad and Tobago, where people are allowed to pick who they vote for whatever reason they want to vote for that person, whether it's a good reason or not so good reason, we should not have to live with this kind of foolishness in this capital of paradise. I have the pictures. I just got the pictures as I was coming on the air. The driver of that red truck. I hope to God that this was a genuine error, because if it wasn't, we need you all to know that God knows the heart of man. God understands the heart of men. And we know that the heart of those of us in the Progressive Democratic Patriots is filled with love, it's filled with kindness, it's filled with goodness, it's filled with us needing to be a part of the process of developing this island. It does not include malice, it does not include wickedness, it does not include being downright evil. And if that is within your heart, as I said before, the Most High knows the heart of men. Red truck, yellow tarpaulin, watch all yourself. The Most High knows the heart of men. I know we are going down, and it is going down to the end, and we expect all levels of desperation. But you have to remember that it is not only the candidate for Tobago West that lives in that road. There are other people living in there too. There are other children living in there. There are other adults living in there. There are other people in that road too. The Most High knows the heart of men. Let us not go down that road, please. We have been doing this. We have been playing fair. We have been ensuring that whenever the Progressive Democratic Patriot speaks, we speak the truth. We've been ensuring that whenever we come on the airways and we speak about the things that have been happening for Tobago, it is the truth. We have been allowing Tobagonians to make up their own minds based on the information that they are given. We are giving them the best information that we have at hand based on working with critical people, working with historians, working with economists, working with planners, working with developers, working with health professionals, working with those people. That is who we are here working with. So whenever we speak, we speak from a place of truth. We speak from a place of wanting to help the people of Tobago. That is where we are coming from. Only good for this island. Good for this island means good for every single one of us. Good for this island does not mean bad for other people. We have never one day said, because you do not support us, we hate you. As a matter of fact, many of us knew who you supported from the beginning, and we continued being friends. We knew who you supported from the beginning. We knew who you supported from the beginning, and it was fine because we know that this Trinidad and Tobago is a democracy. And within a democracy, we can choose to be a part of any entity that is legal within the democracy. That includes any church, that includes any sporting group, it also includes any political entity. We on this side have decided that we will be black and proud. We on this side said that we will be black and brave. That we have looked at what has happened in the landscape of Tobago for the last 20 years, and we recognize that we have been standing still and we need to move forward. We have consciously made that decision for ourselves. The same way you have made the conscious decision to be red and ready, and you have made the conscious decision that anybody who ain't red dead. The same way you have made that decision for yourself, those of us in the Progressive Democratic Patriots have made this decision to stand on behalf of Tobago, to stand with Tobagonians, to stand for the development that Tobago needs. We are asking you all kindly, and I'm doing it kindly because anybody who knows me knows that I just ask kindly first. Anybody who knows me knows that I just do it the right way first, and then when it does not go down that way, then I just have to behave stupid. So we are asking you kindly to allow Tobagonians to make the choice that Tobagonians want to make, because we are all human beings with equal rights, and we have the right to choose whichever political organization we want to be affiliated with. The red truck with the yellow tarpaulin. The red truck with that yellow tarpaulin that just dropped that load basically of dirt right in front of the home of the Tobago West candidate for the Progressive Democratic Patriots. I'm letting you know, and whoever sent you, that the Most High knows the heart of men, and the Most High responds accordingly. The Most High responds accordingly. The universe answers the call of those who ask with kindness, with love, with meekness in their hearts. Saying it kindly, I'm saying it firmly, but kindly. Earlier, if it's a mistake, know that it is a mistake. Go back and tell them sorry and try to sweep it up, please. Because if anybody gets hurt as a result of that dirt that was just dropped in front of that house, I don't know. Let we ain't go down that road. Let we ain't go down that road, please. And you know what is sad? What is sad is I came on this morning to speak about the fact that it seems like some of us on this island have lost the common courtesy, have lost the understanding that Tobagonians are fun-loving people, have lost the understanding that no matter what you say about a Tobagonian, one of the things you must always say, you will always say, is that Tobagonians kind and loving and have manners. Because we know that you can identify a Tobagonian anywhere just by the fact that when they walk down the road, even if they don't know you, they will say good morning, good afternoon, good night. That's part of our hallmark. That's part of who we are. That's part of what we are. That's part of how we've been bred. That is just part of us. And because that is part of us, another part of us includes how we treat our elders. We know that our elders must always be respected. We may not agree with them. We may not think that they are right all the time. As a matter of fact, in some instances, we just think that they're real out of timing in our local parlance. We could think that they're real out of timing in our local parlance. But we have agreed collectively, because this is how we've been brought up. We have good training, that we are decent human beings, that we respect our elders, we revere our elders, we exalt our elders, we lift them up because we appreciate that what they have done for us is why we are able to do what we are able to do now. Which is why Tobago, which is why everyone who is listening to me, Trinidad and Tobago, those who are here and those who are far, that is why on Wednesday while I was on the air, there was a press conference held, and I can't even remember where the press conference was held. But it was held, and 7 distinguished gentlemen and a lady, 7 distinguished gentlemen, or 6 distinguished gentlemen and 1 lady got together and spoke up for many of them, the first time speaking about political issues publicly in a long time. They got up, they got themselves together, they called members of the media, and they said to members of the media that they are non-aligned Tobagonian politicians. They are non-aligned Tobagonian politicians. And because they are non-aligned Tobagonian positions, after staying silent for a very, very, very long time, some of them, I am sure, Tobagonians have not heard their voice in years as it relates to politics. They finally decided that it was time to step forward and to say something again on behalf of Tobagonians. And I will say their names. Dr. Jeff Davidson. And these are former assemblymen. Dr. Jeff Davidson, Mr. George Stanley Beard, Mr. Max James, Mr. Carlisle Dick, Mr. Cecil Caruth, and Mr. Regis Caruth. In addition to those men, we had the lone female in the bunch who had finally come out and finally speaking publicly about politics for quite some time. Our former parliamentarian, who was probably the only parliamentarian in Tobago to have represented both Tobago East and Tobago West in her lifetime, Miss Pamela Nicholson. I'm going to read the names again. If you know anything about Tobago political history, if you know anything about those fighters who have been fighting for the Tobago House of Assembly, if you know anything about what has happened in Tobago over the last 30, 40, 50 years as it relates to politics, then you know these names. I'll say them again. Dr. Jeff Davidson, Mr. George Stanley Beard, Mr. Max James, Mr. Carlisle Dick, Mr. Cecil Caruth, and Mr. Regis Caruth in terms of males, and the lone female in the bunch, Miss Pamela Nicholson. Those 7 former politicians, many of them former assemblymen or former members of parliament, parliamentarians, many of them have said absolutely nothing publicly about politics for many, 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 many years. They've said absolutely nothing about politics. They've decided that they had their time, They went in, they did what they were supposed to do, and they have jumped back out. They are retiring. Many of them are ailing. Many of them have real issues, ailments. So they are really, really at home, trying their best to enjoy the sand, the sea, and sun, the amazement of this wonderful island known as Tobago in their old age. That is what they have been doing for the last couple years, many of them. But they got together on Wednesday, I think it was, and they cited several reasons for them getting together and bringing this press conference. They cited the fact that we have the absence of a completed Tobago autonomy bill. They cited the fact that the Auditor General reports on the Tobago House of Assembly has been one that is dismal. It has been more than dismal. It has been so embarrassing when you read what the Auditor General speaks about the Tobago House of Assembly. They spoke about the fact that there had been so many alleged abuses of the recent food card distribution and the distribution of social support as it relates to COVID-19 and so forth. They also spoke about the fact that they were very, very upset about the unnecessary acquisition of lands in the Crown Point area for the airport expansion. Because they spoke about those facts, they highlighted those issues. And because those things have been happening for the last how many years, they said to the people of Tobago, that they are putting their support behind the Progressive Democratic Patriots. They said that they are putting their support behind the Progressive Democratic Patriots. When I got off of the air and I heard that was done, I thought, whoa, amazing, 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 amazing. That is such a wonderful thing. That is such a wonderful thing that they were able to do that on our behalf, because they recognize that Tobago and Tobagonians have been in such a situation for so long that we need to be in a better position than where we are. So those 7 illustrious men and women got together on Wednesday morning. Many of them had to wheel themselves out of their homes because we realized some of them are really, really ailing. And they got together and they cited those things and said because of those things, they felt compelled to come to the people of Tobago and let them know that because of all of these things that have been happening, or all of these things that have not happened in Tobago over the last how many years, that they were asking Tobagonians to come forward and support the Progressive Democratic Patriots. I went to bed after that, hearing that, feeling amazing. I went to bed after hearing that on Wednesday, thinking, wow. Because, these are the people who, when you talk about politics in Tobago, these are the people you look up to. These are the people who, when you talk about fighting in Trinidad, these are the people who you look up to. I already have a WhatsApp message saying, morning, doctor. I don't know how many of us remember when Sister Pan took to Parliament, piece of the runway from Crown Point. These are the people who have been fighting on behalf of Tobago and Tobagonians for the last 40, 50 years. These are legendary Tobagonians. These are elders who really, if Tobago was really, really, really showing that we loved our elders and we loved those who come before us, these are people who should be living like kings and queens because of what they have done on behalf of this island thus far. So I went to bed feeling very good, feeling very, 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 very good on Wednesday night. Let me take this call one time. We have the 2 hours. Good morning. You are on the air.
Yes, good morning, doctor. How are you going? Yes, good morning. Feeling good how things are proceeding. Yes. Listen, you can't help to think about the kind of ungratefulness. Those people who come out and take anybody who stand up for righteousness and right against the PNM, even in Trinidad. You remember this the lady what's her name? Mohammed. That lady Mohammed. Kamal Mohammed's daughter, I think it is.
Yes, the one who resigned like this week or last week. Hello?
Yes, you hear me?
Yes, hello? I am. Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yes, Kamali Mohammed. She stood up and she talked about the arrogance, the kind of person against Keith Rowley. And, they're coming down on her like a ton of bricks. Mr. Winford James, one of a person who taught me in school, who is a professor now at the university and so on, and a political scientist and so on, would have spoken that Rowley did nothing for the people of Tobago over the 5 years. And they come down on him like a ton of bricks. It's very THA where they're enjoying right now, where they want to cement themselves and feel like they should not move from there with the failures and very poor performance over the 20 years. These are the people who pioneered to have what we have right now. These are the stalwarts. These are the people to have highest respect for. They're supposed to be well taken care of by the THA. Anything they want, protected, their properties, everything should be protected from bandits and as you hear all people getting killed, all people getting killed in Tobago now, and you can't find the murderers and so on. These are the people to hold in very high respect, and this is the way how this is the way how they treat them. This is the way how they would talk about them. When they should look and really look in their hearts and say, listen, maybe we're going the wrong way and so on, but they're not listening. Highest disrespect for these elders. And because they chose to support behind somebody who they realize is the best choice for the election, this is what they're treating them. And listen, don't use no right choice when they're using on their slogan. Say the correct choice.
I hear you. Yes, man. Yes.
Yeah, the correct choice is the PDP. All right? Doctor, I'm listening.
Thank you. And, the caller alluded to a disrespect. And I am going to take this time. I want you all to hold the calls, hold everything. On Thursday morning, I got up and recognized that there was a press release. So this happened. Those 7 people got up and spoke on Wednesday morning. Went to bed Wednesday feeling nice about myself. Got up yesterday morning and recognized that somebody had sent a press release that is from the People's National Movement, Robinson Street, Scarborough, Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The Tobago Council, because the email address is tobagocouncil@outlook.com. It says here, the chairman, Stanford Calendar, the political leader, Tracy Davidson Celestine, the secretary, Yolanda George, and the treasurer, Terence Henry. Those are the names listed on the letterhead. It is dated Thursday, 30th of July, 2020. And I want to read for you. I am going to read the entire press conference. I am going to read the entire press release, because I'm reading the entire thing first straight. You all have to bear with me a little bit because it's kind of lengthy. But I want you all to listen to what these people, the PNM, said about these 7 former politicians, whether they are parliamentarian or Tobago House of Assembly rep, whatever. Okay? And I quote, it is entitled "The Non-Aligned Politicians Unmasked." That is how they entitle it. It says, although they call themselves non-aligned politicians, NAP for short, the media conference on the 29th of 7, 2020 revealed that this small group, in fact, comprises failed politicians who have historically been opposed to the People's National Movement. Even worse, they in one breath claim to be non-aligned and in the very next exhalation say they support the PDP even as they praise the UNC. I continue. The deceitful and outlandish statements made by these individuals would not pass the loosest fact check. One of them asserted that the PNM has not made a case to be returned to office. Another said that PNM opposes self-government, even though the public record proves that the PNM has long supported autonomy for Tobago. Clearly, the NAP, as in non-aligned politicians, have been either in a Rip Van Winkle slumber for the last 20 years or in a coma for the last 5 years, or perhaps just nodding off every hour on the hour. Anyone who has been awake and living in Tobago would have seen the many improvements instituted by the Dr. Keith Rowley administration. New ferries and aircrafts have stabilized the air and sea bridge between Trinidad and Tobago. The private sector has received financial incentives and financial support both before and after the pandemic lockdown. Within Tobago communities, recent infrastructure projects include, but are not limited to, the recently commissioned Southwest Wastewater Treatment Facility, a 132 million 20 megawatt upgrade to the Cove Power Generation Plant, 2 new police stations in the east and west of Tobago, a newly built Roxborough Fire Station with training facilities for new recruits, and the under construction Roxborough Hospital. The central government has also collaborated with the THA to provide additional social support to the issuers of 1,361 food cards, 1,300 public assistance grants, 1,566 salary relief grants, 500 rental assistance grants as part of the overall response to COVID-19. And it continues. If the members of the non-aligned politicians had risen out of their slumber earlier and paid close attention to the 2 PNM candidates, Ayanna Webster Roy in Tobago East and Shamfa Kojo in Tobago West, they would have heard of the many plans the PNM government has for a brighter future for Tobago. The PNM is positioned to develop new marinas in strategic locations all around Tobago to enhance the island's tourist product and expand the yachting sector. We have already begun work to upgrade the existing A&R Robinson Airport and construct a brand new modern terminal. All of this while working to attract international hoteliers such as the Apple Leisure Group and Sunwing, who are due to ramp up their operations in Tobago before the COVID pandemic outbreak. Somehow, though, these anti-PNM, pro-PDP mouthpieces are telling the people of Tobago that they should vote for a candidate who has resided in an unauthorized manner over the one organization he headed, who has fallen with his own colleagues to the extent of locking them out of their offices, and who has been credibly accused of misuse of funds. The PNM can say without fear of contradiction that no such allegations have been made against either of our 2 Tobago candidates, and both their records reveal dedicated service to the people of Tobago. We certainly agree with the aligned politicians, to use a more accurate term, that the people of Tobago have a clear choice on August 10th. Unlike them, however, we make a solid case why Tobagonians should vote for Ayanna Webster Roy and Shamfa Kojo for a bright future. Now, when I read this press release yesterday, I thought to myself, are these people crazy? Did these people just spend all of that time to put on paper complete insults to those who came before us? Now, honestly, I really would not have minded if they had just said for themselves, these are the things that we have done. These are the things that we plan to do. This is why Shamfa and Ayana are the best options. This is why you all should not vote for Watson Duke, because it seems like all of Trinidad and Tobago is talking about Watson Solomon Duke. This is why you should not vote for Tashia. I would not have mind if their press release basically said those things, because that is what campaigning is about. No problem. The Progressive Democratic Patriots is saying to people what we have planned to do for the island of Tobago on behalf of the island of Tobago. And because this is a democracy, they are also allowed to say what they have done, even though we know for a fact that everything they just listed took us 20 years to get to. And what they plan to do, even though we know that what they listed have been on the list for the last 20 years, and every year when you look at the budgets, there are $1 million or $2 million for feasibility study for every single thing that they have listed that they plan to do. Even though we know that what their description of what has happened is an absolute misrepresentation of what is happening, and even if they have done some of those things, it took 20 years, had millions and millions and millions of dollars of cost overruns, and it included buildings like that, the tank, the cultural water tank that I understand the roof falling in and all kind of parts of it caving in because the whole land moving where people tell them to not build the thing there in the first place. Even though all of that is happening, I would not mind them saying those things, because that is what politics is about. But don't you dare try to speak about people like Miss Pamela Nicholson and Dr. Jeff Davidson and Stanley Beard and Mr. Cecil Carruth and Mr. Max James and Mr. Regis Carruth in that way? Are you serious? Are you saying to the people of Tobago that an entire organization that is led in Tobago by a Tobagonian is calling those people failed politicians? Is that what they are really saying to the people of Tobago? When they are the ones who have been in charge in Trinidad and Tobago for the last how many years? When you look, I actually did the calculation recently. I'm trying to pull it up now. I did the calculation recently. Since Trinidad and Tobago became independent, we have a situation where the PNM has been in control in Trinidad and Tobago for over 70, 75, close to 80% of the time. That is the reality. The PNM has been in charge in Trinidad and Tobago for over 70% of the time since Trinidad and Tobago has been an independent state. In Tobago, the PNM has been in charge in Tobago, and we have to remember, we have to put things into context. When Mr. Hochoy Charles left office, or when he was hounded out of office, when we voted him out of office, because again, this is a democracy. You are allowed to vote for or against anyone for any reason you wish. That's fine. But when Mr. Charles was voted out, that was the point. Just before that point is when he and his administration had taken the central government to court, in essence, and when the Dispute Resolution Commission had actually said to the people of Trinidad and Tobago that Tobago needs to get between 4.03 and 6.9% of the budget. Before that, his administration was working with figures that were $200 million. And I have to ask myself whether Mr. Charles had a money tree somewhere. Because when you look at the quality of development that happened 20 years ago under his leadership, when you look at the roads, all of them back roads, all of them offshoot back roads that he constructed during his administration, constructed back then, compared to what we are getting now, compared to the billions of dollars that has been spent for the last 20 years. When you look at it, you would recognize that the last 20 years under the PNM has been the most dismal levels of failure as it relates to development in Tobago for Tobagonians. And as a matter of fact, if you look at those people, and again, we have to go back to the record. We have to go back to looking at what is actually in the books. If you listen to when Mr. A.N.R. Robinson was trying to push for that same Scarborough port that we are using now, that is part of our lifeline, it was our Tobago boy, the Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, who spoke in Parliament about it being a duck pond. And where we going with that? When in 1996, if I'm not mistaken, after when we had gotten that second go around of the Tobago House of Assembly Act, it was Mr. A.N.R. Robinson and Miss Pamela Nicholson who was in the Parliament, who told them instead of just allowing the THA to be a simple act of Parliament that they can wipe out anytime, they took the bill to enshrine the Tobago House of Assembly into the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. So the Tobago House of Assembly is something that is within the Constitution. You can't just wipe it out just like that. They are the ones who did that. The PNM has been around in Tobago for the last 20 years. 15 of those years, we had PNM in Trinidad, PNM in Tobago. If they talk about, and that's the thing, because those 7 members, because those 7 former parliamentarians highlighted several key things, and I will talk about those several key things. The Tobago Autonomy Bill is one of them. That has been languishing. I have said it before and I would say it again. Yes, it is something that has been going on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And in 2016, if those people had cared about the Tobago Autonomy Bill as they claim to care about it right now, in 2016, when our Tobago boy, Mr. Orville London, gave the document to our Tobago boy, Keith Christopher Rowley, it would have been done. It would have been done. And our Tobago boy, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, would not have waited until 2 years after he got the document to finally lay it in Parliament. And after it was laid in Parliament and sent to the Joint Select Committee to die, 2 years after that, we are seeing that the bill lapsed. We are seeing that the bill lapsed. So don't tell me that PNM has cared about Tobago autonomy, because PNM has been in charge in Trinidad and Tobago for more than 70% of the duration of the Tobago of Trinidad and Tobago as a country, as an independent state. So if you were really interested in Tobago autonomy, you would have done something in all of those 40-something years that you have been in control. Don't tell me now that the PNM is interested, considering that Mr. Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley was actually one of the people who walked out of the Parliament when the People's Partnership brought the bill to give Tobago autonomy in what was that, 2013, if I am not mistaken. So Olia, don't come now when those 7 illustrious people said to the people of Tobago that we are finally speaking up. We are finally speaking up because we want to see something better done. We are finally speaking up. Don't come now and call them all kind of names because you have no flipping manners. And by the way, because I see some of the minions and them going down the road because they are talking about the facts. They are talking about the fact that because the Tobago Autonomy Bill was a bill that was going to change the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, it needed a special majority, meaning it needed more than 21 people to vote for it in the Parliament. They are talking about that. And they are talking about the fact that because it needed special majority, they were not going to get the special majority to pass it. But the good thing about Tobagonians, the good thing about the fact that we have internet right now, the good thing about the fact that the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago has a Parliament website, The good thing about that is because my mother took time to send me to school and to teach me to read and make sense out of nonsense. I last night, and I would list them for those minions who are talking the foolishness. I last night went to the parliamentary website of Trinidad and Tobago and identified at least 5 bills that passed with special majority within this last session. And that last session, to be clear, is a session that goes from October the 2nd, 2019 to September the 22nd, 2020. So we ain't even reached it yet. So this is a session that started in October last year. So we say October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July. 10 months, over the last 10 months. And I went through it quickly, and it has several, and I just picked the bills that already got stamp of approval from the president, because they have a whole lot of them that pass and just waiting for the president to sign. I didn't want to go down that road. I did not want to go down that road. But I am saying I picked at least 5. I pulled out 5 where they got more than 21 votes. And many of them, they voted unanimously, meaning every single member of parliament, every single member of the Senate who was there when it was read, 1 time, 2 time, debated and passed, all of them voted for those bills. And let me read them out for you. 1, the Tax Information Exchange Agreements Bill of 2018. That was assented to, meaning the president put her signature on it on the 26th of March 22nd. 2020. This was an act to make provisions for the implementation of agreements between Trinidad and Tobago and other states providing for the exchange of information for the purpose of taxation and other related purposes. That bill passed with more than 21 people voting for it. The other one, the Miscellaneous Provisions, Proceeds of Crime and Central Bank Bill, 2019. That was assented to on the 8th of December 2019. And that was one of them where they could come in and basically tell you that you have to show proof of where you get your money and all kind of story. They voted unanimously for it. Third one, Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Amendment Bill. That one was assented to on the 8th of January 2020. Next one, the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill. That one was assented to on the 7th of July 2020. And the last one that I picked out, the Miscellaneous Provisions Law Enforcement Officers Bill. That one was assented to on the 20th of December 2019. And for all of those 5 bills, between October 2019 and now, all of those 5 bills were taken to Parliament, read the first time, who got to join select committee, who ain't got to join select committee, but they come back and read second and third time, voted upper house, voted in lower house, president signed. Those are now laws. All of those, every single one of them, got way more than the 21 votes. In many of them, every single person who was in the parliament at the time voted for them. So when the minions come and tell you that the reason the Tobago Autonomy Bill couldn't pass is because they couldn't get both UNC and PNM in Trinidad to vote for anything, tell them the damn lie. Because the parliamentary website has highlighted several bills that have actually gone to the stage of being law now because the president has affixed her signature to it. And by the way, this is just 5 that I pulled between October and now. Several that are there are just waiting for the president to sign. They already passed, they already go along, they already got through the whole process, and they're just waiting for the president to sign. Don't tell us that kind of foolishness and think that because we are Tobagonians and we're quiet and we don't really make noise and we don't burn tires and them things that we stupid. I am sick and tired of it. I am sick and absolutely tired of it. Let us stop lying to the people of Tobago. Because you know that after Mr. Orville London gave Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley that bill in 2016, Mr. London is the one who said that it needed to be done swiftly, it needed to be done quickly, because he understood that this is something that has been hanging over Tobagonians for the last 40 years. He said that in 2016, not me. Orville, what your name? Delano London. He said it, not me. And when he said it very proudly, because he wanted to be that needed to be part of his legacy. That needed to be part of, he is leaving the Tobago House of Assembly after 16 years, and to say, well, he at least did that. And he handed it over. He handed it over to a PNM in Trinidad. He handed it over to Are We Boy. And that is the thing that I don't understand. Because all of them is Are We Boy. All of them is Are We Boy and Are We Girl. All of them. And it is now 2020, and we could see in 2020, in July 3rd, that the bill has lapsed. Because the two Tobago representatives, Tobago East, Ayanna Webster Roy, and Tobago West, Shamfa Kojo, sat there and did nothing as it relates to this. And don't tell me that this taking long. Don't tell me it took the whole 5 years, because as I said before, we're not that stupid. You all took a month, 30 whole days, to draft, redraft, debate, redebate, pass, and bring the president out to sign the marijuana bill on a Saturday or Sunday, so that by the Monday, or you could have come and announced that it is legal to have certain quantities of marijuana on your possession. So don't tell me that this is a process that should take a long time. It is a process that was already done. I have a question coming up on who were the Tobago MPs then. Remember, we are talking about 2016. The last election for Tobago East and West, the last general election was 2015. So the Prime Minister at that time, when Mr. Orville London handed it to Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, the Tobago East MP was Ayanna Webster Roy, and the Tobago West MP was Shamfa Kojo. Are we Tobago girl them? And that is why everybody does want to vex. Everybody does want to vex when Mr. Watson Duke said they're going down Trinidad to play drummer boys and drummer girls. Because that's all they seem to be doing. Tapping the desk, pounding the desk when people in Trinidad talking, when in fact they should be screaming at the top of their lungs. Screaming at the top of their lungs that they're doing this for Tobago. And one of them, I can't even remember which one was interviewed recently and asked about that. And her response was that they did their part. They did their part. They did all that they could have done. And you know, now that I think about it, that is actually a very good answer. It is a very good answer. Because if in their minds, what has happened over the last 5 years is them doing their part and they doing all that they could have done, then this is a very, very, very good reason to get them the hell out of there, because they have done their part. They have done all that they needed to be done, and we have a bill that has since lapsed. And if that is them doing their part and them doing all that they are supposed to do, then Tobago, you need to tell the two ladies, thank you very much for what you have done. Thank you very much for what you have done, but no thanks. Because you all have proven over the last 5 years that this is all you can do. And Tobago needs people who can do more than what you have done over the last 5 years. And this is why the Progressive Democratic Patriot is saying to each and every one of you that you need to understand. You need to identify two people who are freedom fighters. You need to identify two people who are
have some more to spare, yeah. And we live like this, yeah, every day. We do it in love and we don't delay. Love like this, we must relay. It's in your heart and soul. One love is the answer. One love is the answer.
Cause this is carnival, where we come alive. Oh no, we never fight. We gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag, make it touch the sky. We never stop tonight. So let me see you. Let me see your hands them, hands them, hands them. Let me see your hands them.
I have love for the whole wide world. With you at the center, you are the master key. If love is by my side, then who can deny me? I keep climbing higher, higher.
We going down the road, hands in the air. People everywhere, love and unity is here. It's that time of year where we don't care. It don't matter where you're from, put your flag in the air. I represent, represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love. I represent, represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love.
My people, do you listen? Tell me, do you care? What is your position for the people? Do you care? Yeah. Well, you tell me that you represent. I really want to see some evidence. In freedom, this is evidence. So bring it from your soul. One love is the answer. One love is the answer.
Cause this is carnival, where we come alive. Oh no, we never fight. We gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag, make it touch the sky. We never stop tonight. So let me see your hands.
I have love for the whole wide world. You are the center, you are the master key. If love is by my side, then who can deny me? I keep climbing higher.
So represent, represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love. And represent, represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love.
One love is the answer. One love is the answer. Coming on a mission, we don't really care. One love in distribution, and we have some more to spare. Yeah, and we live like this, yeah, every day. We do it in love and we don't delay. Love like this, we must relay. It's in your heart and soul. One love is the answer. One love is the answer.
Cause this is carnival, where we come alive. Oh no, we never fight. We gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag, make it touch the sky. We never stop tonight. So let me see you. Let me see your hands. people, do you listen? Tell me, do you hear? What is your position for the people? Do you care? Yeah. Will you tell me that you represent? I really wanna see some evidence. In freedom, this is evidence. So bring it from your soul. Whoa. One love is the anthem. Whoa. One love is the anthem. Cause this is carnival, where we come alive. Oh no, we never fight. We gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag, make it touch the sky. We never stop tonight. So let me see your hands. I have love for the whole wide world. You are the center, you are the master key. If love is by my side, then who can deny me? I keep climbing higher. So represent, represent. One love, one love, one love, just one love. And represent, represent. One love, one love, one love, just one love. One love is the anthem. One love is the anthem. Coming on a mission, we don't really care. One love in distribution, and we have some more to spare. Yeah, and we live like this, yeah, every day. We do it in love and we don't delay. Love like this, we must relay. It's in your heart and soul. One love is the anthem. One love is the anthem. Cause this is carnival, where we come alive. Oh no, we never fight. We gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag, make it touch the sky. We never stop tonight. So let me see your, let me see your anthem, anthem, anthem. I have love for the whole wide world. You are the center, you are the master key. If love is by my side, then who can deny me? I keep climbing higher, higher. We going down the road, hands in the air. People everywhere, love and unity is here. It's that time of year where we don't care. It don't matter where you're from, put your flag in the air. I represent, represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love. I represent, represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love. My people, do you listen? Tell me, do you hear? What is your position for the people? Do you care? Yeah. Will you tell me that you represent? I really wanna see some evidence. In freedom, this is evidence. So bring it from your soul. Whoa. One love is the anthem. Whoa. One love is the anthem. Cause this is carnival, where we come alive. Oh no, we never fight. We gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag, make it touch the
must relate in your heart and soul. One love is the anthem. One love is the anthem.
Cause this is carnival, where we come alive. Oh no, we not gonna fight. We gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag, make it touch the sky. We not gonna stop tonight. So let me see you. Let me see your anthem, anthem, anthem. Let me see your anthem.
I have love for the whole wide world. With you at the center, you are the master key. If love is by my side, then who can deny me? I keep climbing higher and higher.
We going down the road, hands in the air. People everywhere, love and unity is there. It's that time of year where we don't care. It don't matter where you're from, put your flag in the air. I represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love. I represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love.
My people, do you listen? Tell me, do you hear? What is your position for the people? Do you care? Yeah. Well, you tell me that you represent. I really wanna see some evidence. In freedom, this is evidence. So bring it from your soul. One love is the anthem. One love is the anthem.
Cause this is carnival, where we come alive. Oh no, we not gonna fight. We gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag, make it touch the sky. We not gonna stop tonight. So let me see your hands.
I have love for the whole wide world. You at the center, you are the master key. If love is by my side, then who can deny me? I keep climbing higher.
So represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love. I represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love.
One love is the anthem. One love is the anthem. Coming on a mission, we don't really care. One love in distribution, and we have some more to spare. Yeah, and we live like this, yeah, every day. We do it in love and we don't delay. Love like this, we must relate in your heart and soul. One love is the anthem. One love is the anthem.
Cause this is carnival, where we come alive. Oh no, we not gonna fight. We gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag, make it touch the sky. We not gonna stop tonight. So let me see you. Let me see your anthem.
Hello, good morning. Hello.
Yeah, sorry. I dialed the wrong number, but anyway, I know this is the program with Dr. Faith.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Yeah, actually the phone dialed by mistake. But anyway, let's continue. Let me just say a few words. Let's continue to encourage you, and we'll pray for you all the time that the 2 seats be won by the PDP.
Thank you very much.
You are the correct choice for this time in our history.
Thank you so much. And if you want to call in, if you want to call in Tobago to join the conversation, the numbers are 717-9591 if you want to call the regular phone, and 734-6355 if you want to call WhatsApp. So 717-9591 is the regular call, the regular phone, and 734-6355. 734-6355.
I really wanna see some evidence. In freedom, this is evidence. So bring it from your soul. One love is the anthem. One love is the Cause this is carnival, where we come alive. Oh no, we not gonna fight. We gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag, make it touch the sky. We not gonna stop tonight. So let me see your hands. I have love for the whole wide world. You are the center, you are the master key. Love is by my side, and who can deny me? I keep climbing higher. So represent, just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love. And represent, just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love. One love is the One love is the Coming on a mission, we don't really care. One love in distribution, and we have some more to spare. Yeah, and we live like this, yeah, every day. We do it in love and we don't delay. Love like this, we must relate. Fill your heart and soul. One love is the One love is the Cause this is carnival, where we come alive. Oh no, we not gonna fight. We gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag, make it touch the sky. We not gonna stop tonight. So let me see your I have love for the whole wide world. You are the center, you are the master key. If love is by my side, then who can deny me? I keep climbing higher, higher. We going down the road, hands in the air. People everywhere, love and unity is there. It's that time of year where we don't care. It don't matter where you're from, put your flag in the air. And represent, just one love, just one love, just one love.
Good morning, caller. You are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Sister Fake.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for calling.
According to the information of what you have just read, what those dirty PNM has said about the past assembly and parliamentarian, the whole of Tobago should cry shame on them. Because what they are enjoying right now is part of what those ex-members did.
Exactly.
So the whole of Tobago right now should cry shame on those PNM, and on the 10th of next month, show them where they are wrong.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And yes, I agree 100%. We need to show them. We need to show them that level of disrespect is too much. It is too much.
That's right. Because if it wasn't Sister Pamela and Humphrey, we would not have gotten Sisolan. We would not have got Signal Hill housing development. We would not have got Bell Garden development, and a lot more. So these people, especially Mr. Calendar went in Parliament and sleep. He has not done or said anything for Tobago.
Yes.
It's a shame on all of them who put those things together.
Exactly. And for them to actually put that on a P&M letterhead, for them to put that on a P&M letterhead says something. It means that they have no respect. And as I said, I really did not mind. morning. Good morning. This is you're on the air. Welcome.
Pleasant good morning, Dr. Faith.
Hi, good morning. Good morning.
I was just calling in to see what is the problem with the radio station.
Oh, you're all not hearing me?
No, you and the gentleman was discussing a while ago and then the radio station just cut off.
Oh, really? Well, that is...
And then we were just hearing the music in the background.
So, we at all?
Huh?
So you're not hearing my speaking at all?
I wasn't hearing you when you and the man was discussing on the air.
Are you hearing like now that I'm speaking to you? Is that on the radio or are you just hearing it on your phone?
On your phone and on the radio. I have the radio low.
Okay, good.
But normally I find the station just cutting off regular, sort of a regular.
Well, you know what's probably happening is that they're trying to sabotage again.
Yeah.
Typical.
I'm aware of that. Yeah.
Thanks for calling to let us know. Thanks for calling.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thanks. So people, what has happened for the last couple days in Tobago? We had one situation where we had some illustrious people coming out and saying to the people of Tobago that they are willing to support the Progressive Democratic Patriots. That is what is happening. That happened on Wednesday. And then we have another situation where instead of just saying, okay, well, you know, those people are supporting them, that's fine, everybody's free to do what they want. We have another situation where instead of just allowing people to have their democratic rights heard, have exercised their democratic rights to support whoever they want to support, we have a group of people who are saying that should not happen. We have a situation where they're saying on the radio it's cutting in and out. So do we know what's happening here? I'm talking to the technician as I am on air still. So if you are on the radio and you are hearing me clearly, let me know. 717-9591 or 734-6355. Let me know if you are hearing clearly on the radio. I know on my Facebook Live they are hearing because that's a different system that we are working with on the Facebook. So you would hear me very well on Facebook. That's not an issue.
We going down the road, hands in the air, people everywhere, love and unity is there. It's that time of year where we don't care. It don't matter where you're from, put your flag in the air and represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love. And represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love.
Okay, so I am back. We have tightened up all of the screws. We have pushed in all of the plugs just to make sure everything is working fine. I hope this is fine. But you know what? Maybe I needed a little bit of break. Maybe I needed to not be so upset with these so-and-so disrespectful people. So, let me remind you that if you are in Tobago and you are part of the PDP Spartans, because as Mr. Duke says, the PDP does not have members, we have Spartans. If you are part of the PDP Spartans and you want to be a part of us this evening, we are going to be spending the time this evening in and around the Scarborough area. Okay? In and around the Scarborough area is where we will be this evening. So you can join us from by the stadium. You can join us from by the Dwight York Stadium at 4. Dwight York Stadium at 4, and then we'll be moving around, going to Calder Hall area, Darrell Spring area, Bagatelle area, and so forth. And we will be ending with our meeting. Ending our meeting close to the Isle of Tobago sign down on that end, down on the Esplanade side of the island in Scarborough. That is where we'll be having our final meeting this evening. That is where we'll be having our final meeting this evening. Tomorrow we are going to have an emancipation march, in essence, celebrating the emancipation of Trinidad and Tobago, but also celebrating in advance the emancipation of Tobago by having 2 processions leading up to James Park. So tomorrow evening, again, we want to congregate from about 4 or so and then move into Scarborough. But we're coming from 2 ends tomorrow. One end is coming from Dwight York Stadium, coming from the east. The other end will be coming from Down Shore Park area, and we will be converging up at James Park. And that would be where Tobagonians, PDP, would be a part of that emancipation celebration that we would be having. And then we would have some cultural events, some cultural activities. You know, Tobago has a lot of people who are very talented, young at heart, people who are very talented. So we would have tomorrow's evening would be more of a cultural event than really the typical political meetings. So it's an emancipation. So remember that's tomorrow. It's part of our emancipation celebration. We'll be coming from both east and west and converging at the at James Park uptown. But this evening we are moving through, the caravan will be moving through that Scarborough area. So we're talking about Calder Hall, phase 1 and 2 in Calder Hall, a bit of Darrell Spring, Bagatelle, and so forth around Mount Mary, and then we would end up down by the Esplanade, a little in the same vicinity as the Isle of Tobago sign. And down there is where we would have our final meeting this evening. We would have both our Tobago East and Tobago West candidates there, since Scarborough is one of those areas that is kind of split. Scarborough is one of those areas that's kind of split. So we'll have both our Tobago East and Tobago West candidate, Mr. Watson Solomon Duke, and Ms. Tashia Grace Boris would be there to speak. We'll have a couple other speakers and we go from there. So that's what is happening this evening. If you were in Castara last night, you know that it was an amazing session. If you missed it, know that you missed an amazing session. Know that you missed an amazing session in Castara last night, because the entire caravan went up to the northeastern side of the island, where they did Lance Feme, Bloody Bay, Palatavere, and then ended in Castara. Yes, I'm seeing somebody saying that they wish that there were absentee ballots so that they could vote from abroad. I wish that too, particularly since in this COVID-19 period, we needed to be able to have some way of having people who are stuck outside of Trinidad and Tobago to be able to vote. And by the way, I learned yesterday about something that's extremely disturbing. I got a call from someone who was asking for assistance. The person lives in Trinidad and Tobago. So he's here, Trinidad and Tobago, but happened to be caught outside of Trinidad and Tobago during COVID. So when the borders closed, that person happened to be outside of Trinidad and Tobago. They had been trying to get back in, trying to get the exemption and all of that stuff. Now, I understand that the government has its process, and I understand that the government is trying to manage the process to ensure that the people who come, we can manage them, and we can manage any infections that are available or that are there or whatever. I totally understand that. But what I saw, the reason the person reached out to me was because the government of Trinidad and Tobago, after they had taken money from our Heritage and Stabilization Fund, after they had gotten monies from all of these international donors that have been giving donations as it relates to COVID-19, after they have been promising people these social support grants and food cards and all kind of thing, and people have not been getting them. After all of that, the government of Trinidad and Tobago is telling people who are outside that in addition to paying for their flight to come, which is what they've said all the time, don't have an issue with that, they now have to pay for their own quarantining when they get here. They now have to pay for their own quarantining when they get here. That I don't understand. Because the quote that I saw for that particular individual was about $12,000-$13,000 in just quarantining costs. That had nothing to do with the person getting on a flight and getting here. That had nothing to do with whatever cost they've been having to deal with since they are outside of the country. That had nothing to do with that. They are now saying to the people of Tobago, to people of Trinidad and Tobago, that if you happen to be outside of Trinidad and Tobago, you now have to pay your own quarantining costs. And the price that was on that quotation was about $12,000. Now you're telling me that is obviously setting it up for certain categories of people to be able to come home and certain categories of people to not be able to come home. Because I am telling you, I'm telling only my personal business. If it was me, I do not have $12,000, $13,000 put down to pay for quarantining. I simply don't. And I envision that a whole lot of the people who are out there who want to come home, who may be able to rustle up some money to get the flight, don't have $12,000, $13,000 put down to now pay for quarantining. I don't understand why we have to go down that road, given the amount of money that we have taken out of our Heritage and Stabilization Fund, and given the amount of money that we have gotten from, it's every week during COVID that they were telling us that we're getting how many millions from this group and millions from that group, and we were going and take loan and all kind of things. So where all that money gone? Where did all of that money go? Because remember, during that time, you were telling us that so a lot of that money was actually going to putting up these quarantine facilities, to getting these quarantine facilities and ensuring that our hospital are ready and whatnot. So you can't come now and asking people to pay for the quarantine, especially those kinds of figures. It means that we are setting up a system where people from one class would be able to come back and everybody else had to suck salt. And that is kind of unfair, given that we are Trinidad and Tobago, and given that we did take money out of our Heritage and Stabilization Fund to deal with that. When I saw the quotation yesterday, I couldn't believe it, because the person reached out to me because they were trying to get home and they were looking to see if they could get some donations from different people to make up the $12,000, $13,000. That ain't right. No, as I said, I understand that the government is trying to do the best it can with the COVID situation. But that right there, that ain't right. That ain't right at all. I have a message here. Let me take this call and then I'll read the message. Hello, good morning. You are on the air.
Doctor, me calling back here. Yeah, listen, as you're in that situation, I want to highlight that we're going to not be fooled with the false sense of security of giving out those food cards and those grants and so on. And look forward as to what is going to be done post-COVID. Right? Don't be hoodwinked. Don't be fooled into that little handout where they use another political tool, right? Giving you a false sense of security in terms of when they're giving out those things. Because they're using that as a tool to win the election. And the money is not TNM money they're giving out. Is the country's money, is the taxpayers' money, right? And the selective few friends, and I know there are people who just go in by representative for Tobago West and just say, I want 2 food cards against so and so, and it's just hand it to them. That's the kind of thing that's going on, right? Even I see one of the representatives were able to, instead of giving the person a card, gave them cash instead. So apparently they have access to the cash. When they're giving you the cash instead, there's a lot of corruption going on. Serious corruption going on with those food cards and the money with that thing, where they get from that stabilization fund. They're using it as a political tool, and I am sure part of the money is what they're using to fund their campaign.
Huh. Well, I didn't even know that they were doing the cash thing. Now I have somebody. Well, thank you so much for bringing that to us. I have another WhatsApp message. It says, importantly, we need the numbers on August 10th, as in we need people to come out. Statistics show when the electorate comes out in Tobago, the PNM's chances are greatly diminished. They are hoping that the voter turnout is low, which will serve to enhance their chances. We are not taking that chain up. Exactly. Because when we don't go out and vote, their core supporters go out and vote, and then they still win with a minority. When we go out, their core supporters don't vote, and their core supporters vote, which means they would still win, because remember, it's just the absolute numbers. So if all of our people who don't agree with what has happened, who recognize that the two MPs who are there have not really done what they should have done over the last 5 years, so we don't want to send them back. If everybody who thinks that Tobago needs a change stays home, then what do you expect to happen? What do you expect to happen? What exactly do you expect to happen? That is why every one of us, this is one time that we need the MP, we need people to go out and to actually vote, because we have a situation where Mr. Watson Solomon Duke and Mr. Shea Grace Boris would be going to Trinidad and fighting for several key things to be changed in the Tobago House of Assembly Act. One of those key things is for Tobago to get 10%, and it's a negotiation. It is going to be a negotiation. So it's to negotiate to have at least 10% of the budget come to Tobago. We have been getting 4.03% of the budget for the last umpteen years, when in fact they should be giving us between 4.03 and 6.9%. But they have continually been giving us 4.03% for the whole time. That is what we've been getting. That is what they've been giving us. And given that that is what they've been giving us, it is about time that Trinidad and Tobago invests into the island of Tobago by giving us at least 10% of the budget. Now, we could negotiate where that 10% of the budget does not have to be forever and ever, but let's say we do it for 5 years or 10 years so that Tobago can play catch up. And if Tobago plays catch up, we could say, well, yes, we get it for 5 years, we get it for 10 years. We now have all of the institutions that we need. We now have all of the investments that we need into Tobago. And because we have that, we don't need that money from the central government anymore, because we in Tobago have been able to do what we need to do thus far. That is what we are looking at, and those are the things that Watson Solomon Duke and Shea Grace Boris would be going to Trinidad to do. They would also be going to Trinidad again to amend the THA Act, because we recognize that what has been happening down there with the Tobago Autonomy Bill is absolutely foolish. And the fact that the bill has lapsed means that it has to start the whole process had to start over again. And given that the whole process had to start over again, and we're not going down the road when we know that we can do something in the interim. And in the interim, on day 1, okay, maybe day 2, we could bring the amendment of the THA Act. We could do that. We could bring the amendment of the THA Act and amend it to get 10% of the budget to allow the Tobago House of Assembly to make laws as it relates to Tobago, without having to go through all the hoopla of what I spoke about before. Those are the kinds of things that we are pushing right now. Those are the kinds of things that we want our members of parliament to push for in Trinidad. And we have a fact, we know for a fact, the 2 MPs that were there for the last 5 years have said to us that they have done all that they can do as it relates to Tobago autonomy. They have said to us that they have done all that they can do as it relates to the Tobago Autonomy Bill, which it took them 2 years to get it to the Parliament after it was given to them. And when they got it to the Parliament, it went into the JSC, and nothing happened after 2018. And now in 2020, the bill has lapsed. And they are telling Tobago that they have done all that they can do. They have done their best, which is fine. If they have done their best, then we need to send 2 people who can do more than what they have been doing. It's as simple as that, Tobago. They have told you that they have done their best, and their best resulted in a delay until the bill has now lapsed. And if this is the best that they can do, then we need to not send them back. They've already proven what they can do. We need to send Mr. Watson Solomon Duke and Ms. Tashia Grace Boris, 2 people who would do more than what has happened. Going back to the airport situation, I have actually been at all of the consultations done on this end, where NITCO came and was talking to them, where Airports Authority came, where the THA came and was talking to the residents. At those consultations, the Tobago West MP, I think she was at one. I remember actually seeing her at one. And even at the one that she was at, she was sitting quietly in a corner, hoping that no one saw her, instead of standing up and telling the people who were there. As a matter of fact, she should have been at the head table. If you ask me, I think she should have been at the head table. Being the representative for Tobago West, being the MP for Tobago West, she should have been on the head table telling the people who voted for her, these are the things that I have negotiated for you. These are the options. But no, she sat quietly, hoping that no one would even notice that she was there. Hello, you are on the air.
Yes, doctor. Something had just come to mind. You know, as they're talking about that bill, and I'm parking in front of the Joker Rolly House right now. If they were serious about that bill, you know what would have happened? That bill would have come up more than twice in 5 years. Because remember, what was said was that within 1 year that we would have been seeing some reaction on that bill, right?
Yes, that is what they told us, yeah.
So we have 5 years. 5 long years. If you were very serious, it is nothing new where Tobago people need. Keith Rowley and all the TNM know that. And the TNM, the house slaves here in Tobago, they know that. Right? It's nothing new, nothing came up overnight. It's talking about decades of work what Tobago people need and should have. And you said in 1 year you were going to take care of this. No, we had 5 years. If you were serious, and you would have brought it about 2 or 3 times before the in Parliament.
Exactly.
If it failed once, you'd have gone back in, maybe said 2 years, you're going again, and you'd have shown the public how serious you were. And it might have come up 3 times, 2 times in 4 years, and this year before the election again, another time, showing and demonstrating to the that you have done everything possible with the amendments or wherever we have to do, that you would have come up and show that blatantly was turned down. You know what I mean? But it never came. That is the thing. It never came before Parliament for anything. And this is what they have to accept and understand, that they're not serious about it. And it's only a puppy show. It's only pretend. Because if you look at our history, it's something that they never entertained. Right? When we first brought the self-government to Tobago, we were talking about that. What did they tell Tobagonians? They said Tobago that Robbie and others want to secede. That's how they kill it, you know. And then the Tobagonians, some of them accepted the foolishness. They said that what they went around was saying, that Robinson wanted to secede Tobago from Trinidad. And that is what it is. And they never, you look through TNM history and show me one time in history that something like that came up under them for Tobago. It was always the Tobago-based parties, always throughout our history, that have brought something like that up. Always. And then they because they realize that is something that would not go away, they run and try to embrace it after Mr. Jack had brought it back.
Exactly.
So don't try to fool people with foolishness and lies. They never in their history shown that they wanted to give Tobago that. Yeah?
Yes, please. Thank you. He is 100% correct. And they even tried that secession talk thing again when we, again, were pushing it again from the Progressive Democratic Patriot side. They started pushing, going down the road, talking about when we talk about independence, are we talking about separating when we've been very, very clear. Independence for Tobago within this union known as Trinidad and Tobago, which means that the same way to be Trinidad, they can do so many things without coming to Tobago to ask for permission. Tobago should be able to do so many things without going to Trinidad and asking for permission. I'm getting another WhatsApp messages. Good morning, Dr. Faith. I am so upset about what have been written about our elders. As a healthcare professional, I have chosen elderly care as my area of focus. My life has been enriched by them. I have gained a wealth of knowledge from them, and they are some of my biggest cheerleaders. Sad to know that the Tobago in which I grew up had taught us to respect our elders, have stooped to the very lowest for political reasons. 100%. Honestly, as I said yesterday, as I said this morning, I said last night in Castara, I was actually really, I was hurt when I saw the letter. I was hurt when I saw the press release. Because as I said before, I don't mind. I really don't mind if you talk about Watson and Tashia. I don't mind if you talk about what, the PDP is proposing and that kind of thing. But don't disrespect our elders. Do not disrespect our elders. Don't talk about them coming out of any grave and whether they've been nodding off and whatnot. Don't do that. Don't do that. These are people who have served Tobago, and they've served Tobago very, very, very well. They've served Tobago exceptionally well. Very, very, very well. You cannot come now after you have been there and not delivering on the things that you promised to deliver. And every single thing, if you look at that, if you look at the press release, every single thing that they've spoken about the Red Party delivering, it is something that has been on the books for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. So it's not even like you come last year and you say, well, we're going to do this, that, and you do it quick and you get it over with. No. These are things that have been on the books for years and years and years, since the devil was a little boy, as they say. So that you can't come now and use those things as things that you boasted about that you have done. Yes, you should have done those things 10 years ago. And as a matter of fact, if you really had the love for the Tobago House of Assembly, and I have always said this, remember when I read about the Tobago House of Assembly Act yesterday or day before, whatever day that was, and I highlighted the items in the 5th schedule, which included things like air and sea ports. So, for example, even this airport project should be a Tobago House of Assembly project. There is nothing that is preventing them from saying, okay, instead of having central government manage that project, have the Tobago House of Assembly manage the project. If they really, really love the Tobago and they were really fighting for Tobago, that is what they should have done. But we have a situation where even the Tobago House of Assembly and Airports Authority, the first consultation that they had about that airport thing, when they came, they had no information. When they came, the things that they told the people of Crown Point that they were going to do, by the time we got to the second consultation and the third consultation, all of it did turn up. Everything changed. Everything changed. Everything that they had promised changed. And we know for a fact that everything that they had promised changed, because when our Tobago boy, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, came and did his talk with the Prime Minister, or whatever it's called, in Mason Hall, and when our Chief Secretary at the time, Mr. Kelvin Charles, tried to get up and speak about it, Dr. Rowley told him to sit down. Dr. Rowley watched the big man in the face and tell him to sit down. And all of them, they're kiki-keying, ha-ha-haing, as if it's a joke. And then Dr. Rowley went on to talk about the fact that he don't know nothing about the so-called consultation that they had been having in Tobago, because nobody know nothing about that, and they didn't give authority about that. And you moving Tobago people off of the land, and we have two quote-unquote Tobago MPs who should have been the ones speaking. Every single one of them should have gotten up and should have walked out that night. They should have gotten up and they should have walked out that night. I would be the first one to say, yes, you did good. You're representing your people. I would have been the first to say, yes, you did good. You're representing the people. The same way when on that first consultation, the area rep for this area, Mr. Clarence Jacob, got up and said he is hoping that they do his people right. I was one of the first to get up and say, yes, Clarence, you're representing your people. And then by the second go around, he come back and trying to cuss them and trying to quarrel with them and trying to make them feel bad because he got pulled into a room and he got a scolding saying that he should not speak like that. Because as we've been saying, they have been saying, when they speak up and they shout very loudly at the top of their voice, great is the party, great is the party, they mean great is the party and to hell with the rest of we. Great is the party and the rest of we had to suffer. Great is the party and the residents had to pick up and move without getting their due justice for their ancestral lands. Great is the party and all of the rest of we, while they eating ham, lamb and jam, the rest of we now trying to figure out where we gain a little bit of sugar to make the morbi not be so bitter. So when they tell you great is the party, it's because they are consistently putting their party before you. Remember that every single time you hear the term great is the party, know that they are putting their party before you. Know that. Know that for a fact. That is what that means. Because every single time they've had an opportunity to put you before their party, they have chosen their party. They should. Those two Tobago MPs spent 5 years here and they did not represent the needs of Tobagonians. And I'll say it one more time as we wrap up. In 2016, and I'm starting with 2016, not that I have forgotten all of the work that was done before, you know. Not that I've forgotten all of the different groups that have gone around and have done consultations and done reports about what Tobago needs and what Tobago wants as it relates to autonomy. You know, I haven't forgotten all of that. But I want to let people know that when PNM said they're doing something and when they come around with their Nancy story, it's just that Nancy story. Because in 2016, Mr. Orville London is the one who handed the document to Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, the same document that had the bill that lapsed this month, not even a month ago, this month. So he had between 2016 and now to deal with that issue. And they chose not to. They chose not to. That is why you cannot put them back there. You need to send two people who will speak on behalf of Tobago and Tobagonians without fear or favor. You need two people who will speak on behalf of Tobagonians who ain't worry about who say what down there. That is why you need to put Mr. Watson Solomon Duke and Mr. Shea Grace Boris, the Progressive Democratic Patriots, the Bamboo Bolife candidates for Tobago East and Tobago West. On August 10th, you have one choice. On August 10th, you have to make the good choice, the best choice. You have to do what is right for Tobago and Tobagonians. You have to tell these people who so disrespectful to our elders, who have the gall to talk about where our elders came from, if they now come out as some grave, really? So disrespectful, you have to let them know that Tobagonians are people who have manners. We have brought up see. We have manners, we have brought up see. We do not treat our elders like that. And on August 10th, you need to go out, get up very, 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 very early. Say your prayers, meditate, do whatever you normally do to put your mind in a good space. Put on some decent clothes. Don't wear anything with politics on it. I understand that they might want you to bring you, would want you to wear your mask, so make sure you carry something that will either the face covering, whether you carry a bandana, whether you carry an actual N95 mask, whether you carry a cloth mask, that you make whatever it is, make sure you have your mask so that when you're going in, they have no reason for them to stop you from voting. And on August 10th, we are asking you to vote for the Progressive Democratic Patriots, the Bamboo Bolife, who will be represented by Mr. Shea Grace Boris and Mr. Watson Solomon Duke, who will be going down into the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago to finally speak on behalf of Tobago. If you are around this evening in the Scarborough area, look out for us. If you live in the Calder Hall, Bagatelle, Darrell Spring, Mount Mary area this evening, look out for us. We are going to be this evening close in the vicinity of the I Love Tobago sign around the Esplanade. That is where we're going to have our last meeting this evening. And then tomorrow we are going to have our Emancipation Parade, where we converge from the east and the west, and we end up in James Park for a cultural event tomorrow evening. Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago, PDP people, we are asking you for a chance to prove that we are the better choice. We're asking you for a chance to allow us to build a better Tobago, because the Progressive Democratic Patriots firmly believe that Tobagonians deserve more than what we have been getting. The Progressive Democratic Patriots firmly believe that Tobagonians deserve to live good, everyone away, all away, not just a select few. The Progressive Democratic Patriots firmly believe that we are putting people before politics, and because of that, we are asking you to give us the chance. Thank you so much, and I would see you, you would hear from me Monday morning again as we continue with this program. Have a blessed day, and have a safe weekend. Thank you.